Hello everyone and welcome back to Laurence Plays, and it's Wednesday, so I'm going to be playing some more Foundry, and it's been a little while since I've played any of this because I've been away on holiday, so there's going to be a little bit of head scratching and so forth while I try and work out what on earth I was doing beforehand. And I think I'm going to move that pylon because it's bothering me a little bit. So I'm going to put in a little area over here for it to stand on because it's kind of ugly there being on top of the building. And this thing is almost as bad, but at least I can convince myself that that's temporary. So let's put in a little bit of foundation here and then a chunk here on top. And then we'll put in one of those. We'll dismantle that one. And then we'll run over here. We'll put a cable on from over here. It's going to clip through, but I don't care too much about that. Let's just make this look a little bit less wrong and weird and sticking up. And that can go to there and then to there. Right, anyway, so that's that done. So, while I was out trying to get the a shot for the thumbnail for this stream, I noticed that there's a bit of a shortage of something on this belt here, and that's causing a problem with all of these machines. You can see there only one of them is running, and none of them are running. It's all a bit disgraceful, and it turns out this is the processor. There's one, two. Yeah, it's the processors that we're not making fast enough, and so there's a shortage somewhere down there, and that's not actually that surprising because I put in a little bit of processor production for I'm not even sure what. It might have been the first type of robots I was building, and then I've expanded that to another type and another and another, and then over here we've now suddenly started making lots of the aquatic drone things, and they all seem to require processors as well, and so all of a sudden there aren't enough. So I think job one for today, well, my intention was to do a load of building of more robot types and head out over this lake here, building and building and building. But it seems that's going to be a little bit untenable. I'm going to need to go in and sort out this processor production first. And I imagine that's going to just be that there isn't enough production of them. But it could be that the tellurium, whatever the other resources, the wafers for these processors, maybe those aren't being made fast enough, and that's the actual problem. So let's come over here and check it out. I think it's somewhere around. I could even believe it's these machines here. Yes, there we go. There's some processors going out, and you can see it's a red belt feeding out here, which is woefully under-spec'd for almost anything at all. And we've got a handful of machines along here that they're doing their best. They are running, and in fact, if I look along here, that yes, all of them are running, and it looks like we've got yes, we've got plenty of the wafers coming in. We've got plenty of plastic, and there's a liquid going in here as well. There seems to be at least a quantity of green in this pipe as well. Yeah, the pipe is full of green, so that's okay. So it does look like we're just short of the machines making them. We just don't have enough capacity here to make the stuff at the rate we want to make it. And so that means I'm going to need to expand this system. So what are you? You're a chemical processor. Okay. So one thing I could do is I could extend these further out this way, but there's all kinds of infrastructure in the way. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to build it upwards and have these being produced on another level. So we'll have a second floor and probably even a third floor as well, much like I've done here with, I don't even know what these are making. I think this might be making the alumic acid for all of these, for all the other machines to be using. Yes, that is, yes. So this is actually where the green stuff is being made, and then passed over to all the other machines, dropping down that pipe and so on and so on. So what I need to do is essentially copy this general idea and build up a little bit higher, put another row of these in, and then another, and maybe even another as well. So let's start doing that. And one of the things I've learned from this expansionary system is that I don't want to do a spiral of belt, because that's just a pain to build. It's much nicer to do what I've done over here and have ramps running along the sides of it. So I'm going to do that again, at least assuming I can squeeze it into here. This is going to be a little bit tricky because things are all a bit tight and compressed and compact and stuff, but we'll see what we can do. First though, I'm going to build some supports for my new system, which I think is about up to here. Yes, that meets that one. And then let's build in a big flat area of foundation from here to here, and then all the way to straight on till morning, all the way over here somewhere. So I want to go out to about here, so probably not quite there, probably about here. And then again out to about here-ish, probably. Maybe one more row. Okay, let's have one more row. Just make things line up nicely. There we go. I can drop down here. I'll put in the other support. I'll put in the supports at the other end. Actually, no, I'll do one now because there's a nice convenient gap there. So I can whack one of these up here like this. Boop, just like that. And then is there a gap over here? There is not a gap over here. I guess I'll bring one up from here as well then. Okay, it clips nicely onto the side there. So that'll do nicely for for making it look like it's vaguely supported. Stream number 169. Wow, that is a lot. Is that your stream streak regular? Because that is that's a crazy number if it is. Right, so I'm going to do some upgrades here for now. I'm going to upgrade this guy to green because if I don't, I won't be able to place it in properly. And same with these two. Otherwise, I'm going to run into some copy-paste issues. Then streak of 160. That's amazing. I want to make a joke along the lines of it sounds like a longer streak than I've managed. I'm pretty sure that can't technically be true, but it is true if we count ones I've missed. Yes. So that sort of counts in a way, in a slightly funny way, I think. So yes, congratulations. I suppose actually at the moment I have a streak of 2 because I missed both of the ones last week. So I'm not doing very well at the moment. Right, let's copy that. Confirm copy. And then let's put it up here and then worry about exactly where it is in a moment. Yes, there we go. So it's not quite in the right place. We need to nudge it along to here. And nudge it across all the way to the edge of this one. So like that. There we go. So we put this here. Paste. Boop. And it's done. Nice. Right. So that is the easy bit, to be fair. Now I need to bring the belts up and hook them onto here as well. And actually I need to put in another piece of foundation there because that looks silly otherwise. We're assuming the foundation is very, very strong because it's capable of, just with a piece in each corner, it's capable of holding that up. But that's kind of okay. It doesn't look too ridiculous. Okay. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Your CPU is struggling. Okay, well, as long as the CPU is not struggling with the stream, that's probably all right. If it is struggling with the stream, then I don't know what to tell you. Some significant upgrades will be required. Let's put that there, and then remove these two, because that'll allow me to shenanigan around with the belts a little bit on the edge here. I can then fry some soil like that, and I guess I'll have to put another one of those in under there to support that. Right, so we've got... Oh, I see. They don't have the buildings. The buildings don't have intakes all the way to the corners. Fine, we'll put it there instead. Right. So if I now take out that and that and that and that and that, I can have this come round here like that. I can have this come round here like that, and then these two guys can just go up, onwards and upwards. So actually, if I want to remove one of each of these, and then I can just go from here. I can go like that, and I can say I would like to go up many times, please. Can we do some up, please? What are you doing? What are you playing at? Yeah, go up to... Oh, I sort of see. Let's do a little bit less up all in one go. Right, so we can go to there. That's working nicely. And there, and there, and there, and there. Yeah, this is all right. I don't know why I was having difficulties before, but they seem to have gone away. So we come all the way up to this level, same as the other one. Then this can come all the way down to the end over here, and then link into this belt here. And then I'll remove that one there. Then just do exactly the same thing again. Oh, right, I see. Yeah, the in-game processor. Sorry, I thought you were talking about your computer processor because, yeah, it's quite easy to run into processor difficulties because the computer isn't fast enough as well. I understand. Thank you, yes. Yeah, so the processors are indeed, well, they seem to be a struggle. I'm going to put in a second floor of them here. I have run out of green ramps, which is annoying, but I'll just go and get some more. Link that over to there. And right, so we now have the wafers coming in. That is early, and the plastic not. Let's go and get some more. Let's go and get some more ramps because I'm going to get through a lot of these building this system up. Yeah, the bots suddenly it went from I seem to have loads and loads and plenty of them to suddenly not having a real shortage. Nope, that's right. And it feels a bit weird because I felt like I had a lot. But I suspect what actually happened is I had a lot buffered on the belt, and we've spent the last month churning through that buffer, and now suddenly there just aren't any. So yeah, it's time to increase the supply quite a lot. So this will, assuming I don't run out of tellurium or whatever those things, the wafers are called, then this shouldn't be too difficult. You're going to be in the way, aren't you? There we go. And then, oh yes, this is a down, so we're going to then feed a belt in here. Go that way, up, back, right, there we go. And up 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 up and up and up and up and up and up and up. There we go. That many ups. And then bring this over to here, I guess, and then, you know, in the interest of neatness and compactness, I'll just do that. Oh, and I also need the green juice as well. There is a spare pipe here. Let us remove that. So I don't want you. I don't want you because you're an unnecessary. You're something else. I don't even know what that's carrying. It's probably crude oil because most things over here seem to be. But whatever it is, it's absolutely unnecessary. So we'll get rid of that. But I do need to then link this pipe to this one and so on up forevermore. So I'll stick on a T-piece here, even though it doesn't strictly need to be. Like that. And then we can put in one of these going zoop, up to here. I'm probably going to need to stick a pump in here along here at some point. But for now, let's just, yeah, like that. Just like that. Conveniently, there is a pylon right here. So if I just go, let's put in a gap here. And then I can grab a pump out of my inventory. If I can work out where there it is. Are you a high voltage or a low voltage? I think you're a high voltage. No, you're a low voltage. I want you to be a high voltage, which means you can be at a silly angle. Like that. And then I can put you on there. But what if we rotate you like that so it looks a little bit neater? There we go. Put you there. Then I can plug you in because conveniently pylon like right there. So there we go. So that's now powered. So we've got the green juice coming up here. These should now be able to kick in and start working. Why are you sad? Oh, I see. You're loading up with green juice rather slowly. This pipe was full a moment ago. It is full. Why are you filling up so slowly? At the rate this is running, it probably doesn't matter. This might be fast enough, but this pipe was full. Yeah, the pipe is full. So we've got 3,400 litres in there. Why is this filling up so slowly? I have no idea. This one also ticking up quite slowly. How many do you need for a processor? Let's check this out. Component, no. So processor is 80. So I mean, it's fine because it's got to 60 in the time it's taken to do about a third of the processor build. But still, that's very slow. Is that time taken to make one processor as well? Oh no, it does at least make 8 each time it does that. Okay, that's not so bad. So it's yes, it's a slow process, but when it finishes, it will spit out 8 of them at a time. Okay, cool. So there we go. That is a big step in the right direction. I am now thinking, but why stop there? Why not continue onwards and upwards? Because yes, I've made 2, but why not make 3, 4, 5, maybe even more than that? However, I feel like I should possibly go and check how the wafferation is waffering at the other end, because I do feel these might run out at some point. No, I haven't tried greenhouse. I haven't needed any of the sort of the wood product things, I don't think. I mean, I use a bit of the biomass for powering my boring machine from time to time. But basically, I don't feel like I need wood for, well, anything. So I've not seen the point of the greenhouses. I guess I could probably burn it, but again, it just doesn't seem necessary. Right, so over here, I think it's fair to say that we're not quite making the wafers quite quickly enough. How much... I'm going to fly down the tunnel now and try and work out how bad this is. Because it looks pretty bad at the moment. I feel like this is another case where I'm just ripping through... Yeah, there we go. So it's going all the way back to here. And then presumably every so often that just goes... And a load of it disappears. Although they're not being used that quickly at the other end. but I still think this could be because I've just expanded the production over there, and so it's pulled a lot more through. But no, I think this belt is longer than what I'm seeing at the other end. I might not need to upgrade the entire thing, which is quite nice because I seem to be a bit short of green belts at the moment. But I do think I need to upgrade at least this stage. So, what's going on over here? Right, we have a quantity of pink is coming out of the ground. A quantity of pink rubble is coming out of the ground, and it's being used up basically as fast as it's coming out, which is slightly alarming. So I may need to go and upgrade this a bit as well, because and then over here we've got a smaller amount of genuine pink coming out, and then that's being turned into nuggets of purest pink, which are then going into here, and okay, we've got the liquid in there. Where is it being turned into? Oh, and then there's a casting machine here, turning that into the actual wafers. And I can't see that. I can't see the screen on it because, well, there it is. Show me. Show me, show me, show me. Show me a little. I can't see it. Show me that. Right, there we go. So this is now running as fast as it can. Which is fine. I could easily put in I could put in several casting machines across here. However, given that this seems to be flowing pretty much as fast as it can as well, I think if I'm putting in more casting machines over here, is just going to push the problem back upstream a little bit. So over here, this guy he seems to be pretty full over here. It's running at the moment, but let's see when it finishes running. Does it immediately start again? We will see in a moment. Okay, but burning wood is net negative. Fair enough. It seems a little bit silly, but sure. Okay. Oh, it's going down. And that finishes, and plib. Okay, it's just sitting and finished. Right. So this machine is probably fast enough, at least as of right now. I think it's time to go downstairs and try to upgrade a load of this stuff. So let's start off with the easy bits, and let's not mess around. Let's just say you're going to be a blue belt. There we go. So it's now running very, very burstily, but that's fine. Are there any other belts? Yes, you can be a blue belt as well, because why not? And I don't really want to turn this entire. No, that can stay as a green. I think that's probably okay, because I'm pretty sure this is a lossy process on the way through there. The most important thing here, though, is to upgrade the elevator, the freight elevator, that one, U to a blue as well, so we don't run out of capacity there, and then to find the way down, because I'm going to need to put in some more of the mega drills, and then some more crushers, and okay, so I've got 2 crushers working here at the moment, and 2 furnaces. Yeah, this is going to need a bit of a redesign and a bit of an expansion. But first, let us disappear way underground. Oh, there's another elevator for this by the looks of it, and expand that. Now, do I have the what's name drills? No. Great. Or vein miners. That's the one. No, I don't. There'd be somewhere in here if I did. Okay, so in that case, let's put down a magic tower, if I've got any of those left. I seem to have run out of magic towers. That's a bit upsetting. And the problem is, if you run out of magic towers, you can't use a magic tower to summon another magic tower, even though I'm pretty sure that's a thing I can put into the system. Xeno Logistics Tower. I would like to have 5 of those, please. Set. Oh, what's the thought? Workbenches on the vein miners. Yeah, that's a good idea. Not just yet, but I like the way you think. I will be doing that at some point in the future, I suspect. And I should probably really be going around and putting workstations around basically all of the machines, at least to boost the productivity, because I do keep running out of supply rather than running out of capacity for building robots, for example. Right, there's a thingy. Let's drop down to ground level and have a look. How are we doing? Okay, so I'm collecting belts at the moment, which is fine. It's a useful thing to be doing, but it's I've got my 5 logistics towers now, so I could nip back over there and start doing that. Can I summon some vein miners? That's the question. I can. Nice. Now I think this might just be some that I shoved into a convenient box. Rather, yeah, there you go. They've all gone now. But still, that's enough to be very, very useful. While I'm hanging around over here, let's dump off some low-tier belts like this. Take those, because I did some upgrades of crappy stuff. So if I can unload these, then it just means it's a bit less trash for me to be carrying around in my inventory. It frees up some space that can be used for much more valuable things. There we go. 100 and something of those. Oop, smack my face on that one. None of those apparently. Jump, 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 and place. Okay, none of those. Yeah, I'm filling up with all kinds of sort of vaguely useful stuff, but a lot of it is genuinely only vaguely useful. So, at least for what I'm doing. Actually, no, I'm going to need a lot of green belts for what I'm doing at the moment. I'm going to be running lots of those around. So let's grab some more of those. Let's just do it by hand because it's quicker. So I'll take like 1,000 of them. I said 1,000 of them. There we go, and that'll keep me going for a while. Okay, so back out over here, I'm going to need to put in additional crushers. I should have thought of this before I set off, but I've got crushers, and then I need advanced smelters, and I've got those as well. So yeah, with those, I should be able to expand this quite nicely. And over here, I assume this guy goes down to the 90. Oh, I see. Really? What's going on here? Why have I got 97 and 57? So there's 97 and 50. Yeah, okay, so there are veins at 97 and 57. How many of these have I built up? This is bizarre. Let's go down to 97 and have a bit of a look around. Because there's not very much telexite coming out of that elevator. Have I just put massive amounts in and I'm only taking a tiny amount out? And I don't actually need to come down here and upgrade these drills? I mean, that is possible. This is the wrong way. This is a smaller tunnel than I'm used to. And it's got droopy cables as well. This is a mess. Right, so I've got... Okay, so I've got 2 drills going in here. Fine. And then at least more than 0 around here. So, okay, so it looks like I do have enough supply. I just haven't got enough consumption. And yeah, along here. So we've got a 3rd one along here. That's right. So we've got 3 drills digging up the telexite. Which means I'm producing, what, are they the same speed as everything else? Yeah, so I've got 480 a minute coming out of the ground, and I'm pretty sure I'm not processing that much. I do like to use splitters for merging these things, but to be honest, I think it's probably okay. Are you actually working properly? This might be alright. Yes. Yeah, there is some coming out of there. Okay, so that is okay. Okay, so we're pulling out a decent whack from here. There's let's say 480 a minute. That's pretty good. Let's go down to the other level and see what's down there. I suspect I just put the lift shaft in and then didn't do anything else with it because I didn't need to. And here on this level, I suspect I just came in and put in 3 drills because it was easy enough to. And then I didn't really think about it any further. I just went, yep, there you go, 3 will do, and we'll see how we go from there. But let's check out the next level down. And yeah, okay. I've clearly not used this level at all, but that's fine. We don't need 50. We don't need any from 57. That's fine. Oh, true. Hang on. How fast is a green? A green is 640 though, so that's fast enough because I've only got, at the moment, I've got 2 drills going out into that, so that's 320, and then the other one is going directly onto its own green belt and into the elevator. So it doesn't matter that they're side loading. It's a bit ugly, and I wouldn't do it like that now if I was doing it from scratch, but it will be okay. Right. So the process here is to take this stuff out. Whack it into one of these machines, and these take in 320 a minute. And I've got 480 a minute going in. Hang on. Yeah, so I've got 480 minutes. So these 2 crushers should be getting through absolutely everything that's being made. Oh, but this one isn't running flat out. So it looks like it actually is this step that's the slow down at the moment. Although given they're both running, but the belt is full. You know what? I am going to put in at least another one of these. No, I'm not, because I haven't got any. Oh, for goodness sake! Right, are they being fed into the Dewberry thingery? Let's find out. So put down one of these guys, like that, and then plug it in like that, and then I try and summon a casting machine, I think? Yeah, casting machine. Yeah, I can get those. Awesome. So we just need this guy to boot up. Should have placed this before I went underground. I knew I was going to need it. But we have to wait a little while for that to boot up. So, yeah, if there's 480 being dug up, and each of these does 320, then that's more than enough. So, yeah, I guess this is just running through its 320, and then this one is essentially idling. Well, it's running as well, but certainly not constantly. So I could probably run a third one of these off it, but a fourth would be tricky. You hot yet? No, only 86%. La 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 la. So it looks like I am going to go and need to dig up a lot more of this, put in a lot more of the vein miners, and probably go down to 57 and dig that one out as well. We'll deal with that momentarily, though. Right, have I got my casting machines? Yes, sir. That's a chemical processor. Oh, there aren't any casting machines. But I did manage to get 17 before there weren't any, so okay. That, I guess, will do. Right, so we'll put you in there. That's not going to work for feeding it straight through, is it? Because that would be too easy. Let's check. But I'm assuming it won't. No. Make them. No. Okay. So this is just bad design then. We can't do it like this. Oh, actually we can. Just need to rip up that and 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 that. It really does look like it should be able to pass it through, doesn't it? But no, that'd be much too easy. We can't be having with that around here. Right, it is time for a total refactor, yes, but I'm going to start off by doing a minimal refactor because mostly because of laziness, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I will be doing a complete refactor soon. But first, I just want to get it sort of started and running a bit quicker while I go out and do the rebuild, pretty much. So I can do that, and then I can put another one of these guys in there, and then I can stop that. Configure you to also do the telexite wafer. There we go. Then we get a couple of exerters. That's these guys here, and I'm gonna. Put you here, and then run a belt round like this, because why not? There we go. It kind of makes sense. You're an output, and then you will need an input from over here. Right, so you need to then be a T-piece like that. And then that. Oh, and I need another T-piece there, and that there. Right, so there we go. That's now going to have two machines. Hello? Oh, it's filling up. Okay. There we go. So we've now got two machines wafering together. So I've doubled the throughput there, but I would be very surprised if this doesn't run out of its buffer relatively soon. So it's got 5,500 in there at the moment, and it's able to produce pretty quickly. What are the numbers? Output is 2,000 a minute. And around here we see 1,000 a minute. Okay, so actually it's only two of these to one of those. That's not very many, but fine. We can work with that. I'm going to have to go back and get more arc furnaces probably, but still, that is still a doubling of what we had before. And on this side, I could just come in here and put in another 2 of these. And I don't see why not, actually. Let's do that. Because it's quick, dirty, and easy. Insert rude comment here. There we go. And then I just fill all this area in with more foundation, like that. And I can put in another couple of these. I said I can put in another couple of these. What? Where are you trying to go that you won't let me? Won't let you? Oh, I see. They're a bit bigger than Oh, there's a pipe there. That's why. Fine. There and there. Feed some stuff in like that and like that. They don't need programming, which makes things a little bit easier. Then I need to pull out another strip along here because I didn't think this all the way through. And we'll go down to 2 down like that. Pull all this out once again. I can fill this in. Now we go in and put in some more inserters, or exerters in this case. So there and there. Oop, out and out. Out, out, that out. There we go. And then I can put in a belt going from here to here. There's an inserter in the way there. I was going to just clip it onto the back of that, but I can't. That and that. There we go. Then I can put one of these there. Set it as an output and give it a belt going like this. There we go. Lovely. Nice, simple, elegant solution with absolutely no problem, downsides to it at all. So we're now creating lots more of the little nuggety guys. We're running that machine flat out, and then over here we're producing twice as many frisbees as we were before. So that's a good start. Yeah, okay, that might be slightly easier because the buttons are fiddly and awkward to get at. I'll try and remember that. Thank you. So that's a quick and dirty solution that's going to at least make me twice as many processors now. But I do think that it's going to need more than that. So I guess it's now time to go back down the lift and start expanding other things. So we'll go back there. Let's put in an additional elevator, I think. And I'm going to put you here. And we're going to note that this is at... where's my notepad? Here's my notepad. We're going to note that this is at 209,383. 209,383. Okay, and so I can drop down to 57 or wherever it was, and then start digging proper tunnels down there. 57. So I'll go around there, I'll whip round there, and I'll put in a full system of getting all of the fitting all of the vein miners, basically. Get that all pumped up to the surface, and then I can build a larger system up top to use all of that. And then maybe I'll mess around with the ones at 97 as well, because that's technically it's kind of already there, but also it's also kind of lacking. So it needs a bit of work doing. Right. So I need you to be a 5x5. 1, 2, 3. So we dig from there. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Lovely. And then we can put in the boring machine. Boring machine. There it is. Have I got wood? Don't answer that. Oh, I can't get in. All right. Let's dig in a little bit more hole and then get the boring machine out. No, I'm afraid we only have the boring machine, but it works well enough for our purposes. There we go. One boring machine goes there. In we get. Right, do I have any fuel for it? That's the first question. Yes, I have 26. Oh dear, that's not going to be enough. But still, we'll go as far as we can with that, and then I'll go and punch some more trees or something else, something suitably Minecraftian. Right, so I now need to get out the pingometron. Ping, no, ping, ping. There's the okay, there's one directly off that way. So let's charge in at that guns blazing first, and that is it's in that direction, 380. So I need to go like, yeah, I just want to go that way as far as I possibly can. So let's turn left, and it's going to be about 40, but not quite 40. So let's just run this, see how far we get. And then do some digging from there. I will then move the boring machine back a bit and put it in a slightly more sensible place for the side tunnels, so it doesn't interfere too much with the whatchamacallit. Right, I would like to switch pole to this one, and we'll flip it like that, so it's on the ceiling. Because why not? There we go. So that's presumably run into the wall already. Yes, blocked by obstacle. Excellent. So now we can pick this back up again. Just to get it out of the way. There we go. There's some of the ceiling. Right. Let's just do another. Let's do another one ping. Another ping. It's not one ping only around here. It's just keep blipping the thing until it tells you what you want to know. Can we have normal vision? Yes, normal vision has now been resumed. So knock that out and that out, and there we go. There's the wall. So we knock out some of this, and again. And there's the edge of it that way. That was 2, so I need to go 3 this way. 1, 2, 3. And we also need to go backwards to give it space to unload into. So that's 1, 2, 3 on that side, and 2 on this side. No, that please. There we go. And now I can put in the vein miners. Vein, you're so vain. Vein? Are they under O for ore vein? Yes. Still can't find the damn things. I'm sure I picked up 10 of them before I set off. That was sort of a very deliberate thing, so I was going to get out here and have enough. F, pi... Oh, there it is. Right, just being blind, as usual. Right, so I'll flip you around like that. I can then put you there, and then put you, hopefully, if all has worked. Can we just tuck this in the corner? Am I going to have to dig out some more just so I can see where I'm putting it? Or if I put the other one in the wrong place? It's kind of hard to tell. Can't build through the hole. Yeah, alphabet is difficult apparently. Yeah, I might not have put that in the right place actually. Let's cut that out again and start again. Right, try that again. You go. So actually, let's place this from in here, and I still can't see what I'm doing. Right, so one goes there. Is this going to be easier if I press X? Yes, it actually is. Awesome. I should go there, but apparently it doesn't fit. For goodness sake. Try it again. I should just dig out a bit more space so I can actually see what I'm doing, but I'm being lazy. Right, let's go to this mode. This doesn't feel right. I'm going to dig out some more because I can't tell what's going on. And I probably should have a little bit more space here anyway. That's enough. Right, okay, so I've got 15 there. And if I dig out here as well. Oh, so you mean if I go like this? It's sort of... It won't put it there in the corner where I want it to go. It seems to need me to put it here. Maybe I haven't dug far enough across to this other side. Yeah, because I can't put it there, but I can put it there. Yeah, I don't think I have. I think you're right. I think I went too far off to the other side and not far enough to this side. So I need to take out another chunk there and there. And I suppose technically, not technically, I don't need to do that, but I will anyway. And now it fits in perfectly. Yeah, it was just that. So, yep, it was a bit of a fail there. Right, so now I can do the other important things, which is connect that to there and that to there. They can start running. Yes, they're running. Excellent. And then I put in a splitter. I don't really need a splitter here because there's so few of them, but I'm going to do it anyway. So just, you know, do things properly. Run that from there to there to there. Boop. There we go. And then we run this out along here for a short distance, and we'll worry about exactly where it goes later because I have a tunnel to dig. And let's have another ping, find out where the face is. Right, okay, so I'm in the more or less in the middle of the cylindrical part of it here. And there's only one more at this height. That's interesting so far. Okay, well, we'll put the boring machine in here and we'll go that way. Then in a little while we'll turn left. I'm probably going to have some difficulties with fuel for this, so I'm probably going to have to go and get some more. But we'll do what we can for the time being. So you go there, lovely. Just jumped in one door and straight out the other. Just what I wanted. So chuck that in there, and then go. Okay, so I'm at 157, and I want to go to 190. So that's 33, but I want to overshoot a bit. So let's go to 50. Let's go 50. Confirm and go. It's not going to go 50. It's going to run out of fuel. I'm 90 mumble-ish% sure, but that's okay. Right, so I'm going to take this out because then I can hook up to this again and then put one slap bang in the middle of all of this and then go to there again. So that's plugged in again now. Then I can trundle along here and start putting these in as we go. Okay, have you out of fuel or oh no, you've made it. Sweet. So I'll rotate that. How much fuel have you got left? 4. Okay, well that's not going to be enough to do the rest of it, is it? So I am going to have to go back and get some more fuel. No, don't do that. Do that. So that's at 100. That's at 415. So I'm going to need to go about 70, which is clearly not going to manage. Oops. So you can close it without saving by pressing escape, but you can't close it with saving by pressing enter. Lovely. Yeah, the drone miners are they're okay. They are quite good at they're pretty good. I find the difficult part of that being to select the area that I want to dig out. And also there's something fun about the boring machine, I think. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I feel like there might be. The boring machine is great for long distances because you can just set it going and then forget about it. This is not such a long distance, so it's a bit less necessary. And it is a little bit pointless. There's a tree. So it's not as good as it would be for making a really, really long tunnel, but it's sort of nice. And yeah. And yeah, you don't have the I've just selected. I need to select. I can only select 30 at a time, and it's kind of fiddly thing that you tend to get with the drone miners. So yeah, it's certainly a possibility. Right, back down again. Where's the hole? There's the hole. Down. Wheel. More. Wheel. Bonk. Right. Let's do some more boring. Have some of that. Off you go. Right, so I'm going to pull this back out again because I suspect there might just about be enough slack in the cable to get all the way into the corner, or at least all the way into the middle of the corner. So we go from there to... Oh, no, there isn't. Oh, there's enough to get into the corner, just not sort of round the corner. So, right, we'll do that, even if it's a little bit ugly. Ah, here's my other lift. So that's sort of good news because I was going to need to find it at some point. It's a bit of a shame that it's on the path of the boring machine. Actually, no, It is a little bit of a shame, but it's not a serious problem, so I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, having that extended would make a big difference, but it's still kind of fiddly, I think, or at least suspect. Right, so we've overshot a little bit, and there's nothing over there. So okay, this time we'll use the drones because we can, and I don't think it's that far. So once that's cleaned out, right there we go. I think it was from here to what are you doing? Try again. From here to wherever. So I want it 5 wide and 37. Sure, why not? And 5 tall. It feels a bit fiddly doing that, which is slightly annoying. So pull that out. And then while we're doing this, I'm going to build the cable in there as well. So we'll have this run to here. And then along here as we dig. Oh, here we go. We've got that. So actually, let's not put that in just yet because I'll probably find it gets in the way of the mining drill that I'm about to put in. That one. That guy. Can point you in the right direction, please. Yeah, there we go. Goes there. And then I can run a cable from here. Okay, it's actually this close to the exit. It doesn't need to be any longer than that. Right, and then I can bring another belt out of here, run it along here. We're going to need some low voltage power down here, aren't we? That's mildly annoying, but perfectly manageable, really. 1, 2, there we go. So now I'm going to put in an elevator. This guy. You ought to be a bottom, like that, and then, yeah. So, hello, Mark. Yes, it is indeed Wednesday. You can tell because you're not in the game at the moment. I guess that's how we tell. All right, so I'll knock a little bit of that out and a bit of this as well, because I can turn all this into foundation and stick in a transformer on top of here, and then we're going to have some functional inserters along there. So I know some foundation, boop, like that. And a transformer guy goes in here, and then we take power from, I guess, from that one because it's the nearest. Bip, bop. Oh, that's actually blocked. Wow. Okay, can I put you there? And if so, will you be plugged in? I'm guessing probably not because that'd be too easy. Yeah, it would be too easy. Okay. That's fine. Just take the cable back out and then put the cable back in. There we go. Having done that, it makes me realise that I could take that out and that out, maybe? At the very least, I can do this with fewer pylons than I had before. Yeah, it's not going to reach with 1, but I only need to have 1 in this gap along here, not 2, because I put the other one, yeah, there. So we've got power here now, so that means I can put in an inserter here and here, and I can run that into there, and I can run that out from there, all the way along to here, and then up to the one I put in earlier over here. There we go. So that's doubled my telexite to 960 per minute, which is a step in the right direction. We're still waiting for the lift to finally finish lifting itself. But that's a step in the right direction. I don't think there were any more further down, were there? No, so that's all of them. We've got the 3 on this. Oh no, there is another one, lot at 17. So there's the 2 at 97, or 3 at 97 in 2 pairs, in 2 groups which I've got. And then there's and there's another grouping down there at 17. Yeah, 17. So I'll probably need to carry on down and and do those as well if I want to complete this. Okay, that's fine. I'll grab the boring machine again and think about what to do. The thing is, I'm not sure how much more telexite I'm actually going to need. It's definitely not enough at the moment, or at least it wasn't before I put this in. But by how much? Do I need a third one? Let's go and build more processing for it, and then build more supply if I reckon that's still insufficient. So from here, I reckon I'm going to from here I'm going to have 480 coming out of each one of these Dewberries, and 480 is easily going to fit onto a conveyor 3, and both of them will fit onto a conveyor 4. 960, we could almost get 960,000 and 1,040, 1,440. I can't get all 3 levels, including the one I haven't done yet, onto a single blue belt. So it might be best just to do a green belt from each one of these and do them all separately. Except that the numbers don't fall out nicely. I've got 960 now coming up here, and these use 320. So yes, 3 of these, 3 crushers, would deal with both of the output of both of these. So I feel like I do want to put these onto a single blue belt and have it then go on, and have it go onto a single crusher. So that'll get me, a single set of 3 crushers. And that'll then get me 240 of the ore coming out, which will then turn into 240, 4 of these, which means 60 ingots, which is 1.5 of these. Oh, and I'm running out of electricity. Great. Now, the batteries are charging. Is this just the local grid that's strained then? Probably. I've no idea how to find this particular one. Where's its transformer? Here's its transformer. Oh, it's a little transformer. That's probably why it's strained. Let's pull you out then. And just do a quick upgrade here to my penultimate large transformer. There we go. Put you out. Get you out. Plug in. There we go. And now you are. Yeah, you're no longer straining. Excellent. So yes, if I use all of the output of this system to go into one of these, it'll be a bit too much. However, because some of it's needed in the rest of the factory, I think having, so having 3 of these and 4 of these running off both of these outputs is going to be the way to go, TM. And I've almost got that in here. It's just horribly, horribly put together. So actually, I guess if I put in another one of these here, I am just sort of being very, very dirty here and not bothering to put in the, so I could do, that's probably slightly easier. So I could do that, and then that, but that. We should find, this should be these 3 machines. Oh, you're not programmed, are you? There we go. That should now use up all of the throughput that we've got. So once we've emptied the buffers that's in the elevators at the moment, this should be balanced, because we've got 960 coming up from underground, which is 3 of these and 4 of these, which is slightly overspec'd for the 3's worth of this that this one requires, or whatever it was. So a bit of it should get past once we've refilled the input buffer of this machine. Did that make any sense? It is a bit spaghetti, and I do feel slightly bad about that. However, it is to ratio, which is quite pleasing, because I want to have 3 of these. So 6 vein miners produces 960. Each one of these uses 320. So that's 3 of these to equal the 6 vein miners. That produces 80. So 80, 160, 240. And these use 60 each, I think. Yeah, these use 60 each. So 4 of those to get 240. And 4 of those is therefore going to produce 60 ingots per minute. And this is going to use 40 of those ingots per minute. So that'll keep this fully saturated. But once things are running, once this has filled up its input buffer, we should then be able to chuck any excess away down here to take it off to the main factory where it is apparently needed. It's just currently all being swallowed up by this one into its input buffer, which is currently at 120. That looks like a... Yeah, there we go. So it's now letting it pass because it's full. And this is producing 2,000 a minute. And from what I remember earlier, these use 1,000 a minute each. I can't see that one because it's in a weird place. But I can see that one. Yeah, 1,000 a minute. So we're now producing 5 wafers per minute from all of this. We could produce slightly more because we've got a third of it going past down there, and there's an additional third total available underground. So I could increase it by a chunk. But is this enough? Probably not, I imagine. But if the one underground as well isn't enough, then I'm going to have to head off and find another patch, because I've nearly tapped that one out now. There's two-thirds of the telexite is coming out of that one, unless I go in and start running it with whatchamacallit, beacons essentially. So this is to here at the moment. And bonk, bonk. I wonder where else are there telexite patches? So we've got one there. I don't care about patches, actually. I only care about veins. So let's turn everything else off. What's the resource node? Okay. Just as the... yeah. I want to make this window bigger because I can't see everything I need to. Right, so we've got a telexite vein there. That's the one I've tapped. There is a copper one there. I thought I could zoom out further than this, but apparently not. There's a telexite there, which has, again, 12 drill points on that one, so that's slightly better. Oh, and there's another one there, 11. That's not too bad. That's not that far away. I could come over and tap this one, and that would more than double the amount. Oh, and there's another one there as well, 13. That's a really good one, and that's really quite close. I think it's worth whacking a tunnel from here, boom, over to this one, and then plundering this one, bringing it all back over here and just doing all the processing in one central place and expanding this one. Ooh, achievement, Aquafra. Good. Thank you. That's presumably for doing a certain number of the... it's for creating 1,000 aquatic hauling bots. So good, got that one. So yeah, running a tunnel from here over to here seems like the obvious way to fix this and get a bit more telexite being produced and supplied. What's going on there? Where was that? I'm very confused. I saw something weird on the map. Oh, it's that. What's that? Oh, it's another. It's a mining patch, but because we can't see the ore patch there because I've turned them off, it looks very strange. Okay, that's fine. Right. So yes, let's go. Let's make a tunnel from here to there, and then start that working. Yeah, because that is definitely going down, because I was staring at the ground here to see whether it would move, and it has moved all the way to over there. So I will need to extend this tunnel because it's got the fracking liquid in it. I'm going to need another frackometron, although not immediately. And I'm going to need more telexite. So I think we'll just carry on from here, carry on regardless, and then bring the actual telexite stuff out in a moment or two. So let's make a hole for the boring machine. Like that. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, or not, because this is right on the edge of the what's name patch, so we're going to have to go a little bit further before we can get that. Okay, maybe we'll go 7 this time. Hopefully there's not too much of the ore vein here. There's quite a lot of the ore vein here. Great. Okay. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. How much of this is there? Quite a bit. I've really got this far too close to the far too close for comfort. All right, let's attempt to pop back out. Come on, get out of the hole. There we go. Let's go from the tunnel over here, which was going to be my original plan, because it sort of makes more sense, really. But you know what? Before I do, let's go over and check exactly where that ore vein is, because I want to know the heights of the bits of it. No, that's another patch of it. Oh, xenoferrite. I don't care about that at all. Oh, and there's a lake over here as well, so I don't want to be mining underneath that. Am I going the right way? Yes, I just underestimated how far it was. So somewhere over here, there we go. It's down there. So 77, 54, and 19. 77, 54, 19. So it's a little bit lower than the other ones, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, because the other ones, definitely the bottom one was 17. I think maybe the other one was 50. Maybe the other one was 54 actually. I don't remember for certain. It doesn't. It sort of doesn't matter. I can just head over there and start. And it's the only way I started digging, as they say. Zzz. Boff. Right. So along here. Got the elevator here. Let's go from the other side of the elevator, because then I can just feed straight into this elevator from the back, and that makes things nice and easy. So let's go all the way over here to about there. 8 by 8 by 5. We'll dig that out. To make some space, but make some space for thinking about and for manoeuvring around this tight and awkward area. I could run a piece of foundation all the way down this tunnel as well for low voltage power, but no, I'm not going to need it because it'll only be needed here because this is the only place. Yeah, the other end isn't going to need any sort of diggingness. Right, so let's go from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, wait. What? Oh no, I am going to need this to be a little bit bigger. So 5 by 4 more will do. Dig that out. Dig that area out, and that should be room to put down the boring machine and get everything going. Boring machine, boring machine, boring, 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 boring. Have I left it somewhere again? No, there it is. Boink. Lovely. Oops. Right, so how far am I going? I'm currently at, well, this point over here. I'm going to scooch in along the bottom of it if I'm lucky. If I'm unlucky, I'll smack straight into the side of it and things will be fiddly. But hopefully, I'll just go in here at 652. God, so I need to go 400 and... I need to go at least 400. So let's go 400 to start with. That's a long way. I'm not going to have the fuel for this, am I? I can't remember, actually. I can't remember how efficient this thing is with the with fuel. I don't know how far 150 biomass will take it. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, go 400. Go. Right, and while that's doing the digging, I will, as usual, start laying the... Oh. I was going to say I'll start laying the cables, but no, that's not going to be a thing. So we'll pull that one out for the moment, which is going to upset everything around here, but that's fine. I don't mind a little bit of upsetting. Brings out to here, then back to there, so things start working again. And then this can now just trundle off this way. I'll also need to run, let's see, so there's 13 points at the other end. If I use the entirety of what we've got over there, we're going to have 13 drills available. And they're 160 a minute each. So 160 times 13 is 1600, 1920, 1980, 2080. Blimey, so that's 2 blue belts basically. That's quite impressive. That's a lot of stuff coming through. Okay, well, we'll do that. I have heard stories about YouTube doing all kinds of shenaniganry with regard to adverts in general. I couldn't speak to about streaming, and I don't know how much of that is more trying to prevent people from using ad blockers, and how much is just straight up putting in more adverts. But yeah, I get the impression that YouTube at least are doing more, are doing stuff with their advertising. As I say, I don't know exactly what the stuff is, but I've heard stories about them changing things. So maybe. I don't know. I don't do a lot of watching of streams, I'm afraid. So it's not something I've noticed myself how that's going. And there's always the obvious answer of, hey, you should subscribe to the stream then, and then Twitch won't give you any adverts. But no, I'm not going to actually suggest you should automatically start paying for the streams. That doesn't seem entirely reasonable, even to me. But yeah, if they are, then sorry, I guess. It's just, yeah. I don't know whether there's. I feel like internet advertising, or at least YouTube advertising, has been in the news a lot recently, and I'm not sure whether that's because they're trying to make it more profitable, or they reckon they're losing out on too much to ad blockers, or what really. But it certainly seems to be a thing that is being talked about. So yeah, I don't know. And as for whether the adverts are a worthwhile spend, I mean, I guess the Twitch or Twitch/YouTube don't care. They as long as the advertisers are paying them, they don't care whether the adverts actually work or not. But yeah, then it's up to them to try and find a way of making sure they know enough about you to make sure they're sending you relevant adverts. Yeah. I am aware that most really big YouTubers who make or YouTubers or Twitch streamers who make significant amounts of money tend to do it. Certainly, YouTubers tend to do it through sponsorship deals. I think and selling merchandise. So I'm run out of fuel. So I would assume. I'm nearly there though. I would assume that streaming is essentially not. Sorry, I would assume that streaming is essentially not entirely viable as a business without having those sort of extra bits to the income, but I am doing it admittedly fairly casually. So yeah. Right, where do I want to go to? Actually, let's stop this again. So that wasn't a very coherent set of thoughts because I got a little bit distracted by trying to play the game. Where the hell am I? I'm at height 58, so the 54s are going to be quite good. But they seem to be round the other side, as far as I can tell. Right, okay, time to turn and go a good sort of... go about 30 or 40 this way, I think. Let's say 50, just to leave a bit of space, because they do tend to be a bit cramped otherwise. I suppose the question is, would you rather see adverts that are relevant to you or adverts that aren't? Because at least if they're not relevant, then you're not going to be taken in and swayed by them. However, it might also make them significantly less interesting because they're straight up not relevant to you. I could see the argument going either way for that one. Right, how am I doing? Ping. Right, it's all the way over there. Good. So we've got a vein that way at 664. So I need to see. Yeah. So I want to turn and then just go a couple of hundred probably. Actually, let's check for the ones on the other side. So we've got that one over there, which is 64, and then that one over there, which is about 700. So yes, if I tell this to go 100, maybe 110, it'll be in about the right place. Go. Now jump out the back, and I start faffing around with the power again because that's how this works. You go from there to, oh, you can't reach. Fine, go to there then, and then the next one can go to here. Was it 650, 660? So here is probably about right. Ping. No, it's not. It's still another. It's here. Okay, so I'll switch back over to these guys, and then go. Let's only do 3, because I don't need a particularly wide tunnel here, just for me. Let's do 3 by 3. And then when I actually get up to the coal face, then I can make a much larger hole. but this is probably going to be enough just to... Well, yeah, here we go. So it's down there. Let's ping again. Ping. Okay, so I need one more to the left and one more to the right. I am slap bang in the middle of this. That's quite impressive. Now, if you could unscan, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you. So I want to go from there to there. I want it to be like 14 is probably enough. Let's make it 15 because that's a round number. And it needs to be 5 high. That was 4. I misclicked. Never mind. We'll dig this hole out and then I'll dig the last little bit out of the bottom. Crunch, 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 crunch. Yeah, because there we go. You can do a little bit of a sanity check, make sure we're in the right place. So I want all of that. And yes, a height of 1 is fine. Oh. Apparently the height of this thing is only 4. That's interesting. Okay, well, we'll fill this back in with soil then, because apparently we didn't need that. So we'll have that. And then I can put in one of these. I only have 7 of them, so we're only going to be able to do about half of this place anyway. But that's okay. So that comes out to there. I then need to get it up through that way. So, these can be this sort of speed of conveyor. And I need to knock a hole, one single hole. Pew, like that. And this can go up there like that. And then boom. And along here then I can have my belts merging. So, I mean, this is only going to be producing a very small amount, but if we have that come out here like that, then I can put in a blue splitter here, and then a blue belt can run from here to here. So how many of these can I put? It's 60. These are 160. The blue belts are 1200. So 5 would be 800. Seven would be... My brain has gone to sleep. 800, 1120. So 8. So 8 of eight belts. Eight drills can do one. Will fill one blue belt. Okay. But I've got 13 over here, so whatever. But that's anyway. That's one of them, which is a start. And then we'll put another mumbly onto this one. So I'm suspecting there's going to be another 2 round the corner over here. So let's do another zap. Yep, I've overshot the corner. That's just as I wanted. And that's a 698. No, it's the other number I care about. 385. So I want to go about 60. Go. How are we doing for fuel? Not very much. I suspect it's not going to be enough fuel, but we'll see. Thank you, Regular. Yes, there should indeed be a way to automate the placement of power in tunnels. That is a thing that I have grumbled about almost every week when I've been playing this. And hopefully that's a thing that's going to be added in sooner or later. The devs do seem to be quite good about listening to player feedback, because I feel like there's a few things I've brought up that have then been added in, or at least we've been told are going to be added in a future release. One of which was the my suggestion for having a big sign on top of machines that tells you what they do. So we've run out of fuel. I don't have anything else that can be burned, do I? I've got some desert seed things. Can we burn those? No. Anything in here I can burn? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so the boring machine is now dead. We'll have to do this not the old-fashioned way, because that would be silly, but the other modern way. So how far am I? Oh yeah, I could look at the actual number, couldn't I? So we need to go another 10 this way, and that'll get me sort of more or less into the middle of it. So we can do that. We can get this guy out. We can go. Okay, we'll do a 3 by 3 by. Woo! Don't need to go that far. 3 by that by 3. And it's 385 that I'm trying to get to, which is here. So now, and it's 690. So yeah, we need to go as far as you possibly can this way. These smaller tunnels, of course, are going to cause me problems later when I run cables down them and belts down them, and then suddenly can't use the boring machine. So we've got one. We need a whole area here of about 18. Sure, why not? And then down. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I think that's right. So if I dig this area out, this should now be the bottom of that patch, I think. So how big are my vein miners? That'll tell me. Yeah, they're 4 high. Yes, okay, good. So I need to know how far to go this way now. Let's dig with the little guy first. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take all of that out. How many did I say on this side? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we want to go from there to there, and then in 3 and up 5. 5 is overkill, actually. It only needs to be 4, but never mind. Make a nice big hole here. Dig all that out. Keep the bots busy, and then I can drop in my vein miners momentarily. Oh wait, there's a bit here that needs shooting. I'll do this by hand, because why not? Right, there we go. So now I get out the vein miners again. I can drop in 2 more of those. This is coming together fairly easily. So put 1 of you there, 1 of you there. We then run power to these guys. So bim, 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 bim. Can it reach? Will it reach? Of course it won't quite reach. Far too easy if it would. Right, so that's that. That's the power. I have got the power. And then from down here, we will join these 2 together. And there's only 2 of them, so I'm going to use a green belt. Put you there. I'll run that in there. That in there. And then ramps come up here. Will it fit? No. Once again, I have to knock out 1 piece of ground there, despite a little bit of care to make sure it was going to be okay, and it still wasn't. Right, then I can run this belt out here like this. To here. And then I guess... And I feel like I should do this, and then a blue belt along here, even though it's kind of unnecessary. But it feels right to do that nonetheless. So, okay, that was just a burst at the beginning. So now that's another 480 per minute coming out of there, bimbling off down there, from those 2 drills and this one. Oh. Why are you not outputting? No grid. Oh, I didn't plug this one in. It's a bit of a fail. So you run that to there, and then to... Is there a closer one? There is a closer one there. Right. Was there another? They've announced another update. It's expected in early April. So I suspect, despite having been saying for about 2 months now that I've nearly finished, I'm probably going to stop playing this and move on to something else soon. I suspect the trains will probably come out just at about the point I finish, if I'm lucky, or maybe even sooner if I say lucky. I suspect the trains are going to come out before I actually finish the game, so I'm probably going to end up playing with those as well before I finish, which is sort of annoying because I've spent so much effort building up a network of belts in this. There we go, that's working. A network of belts in this one. So to then discover I actually don't need those networks of belts and be replacing them with trains is slightly annoying, but I can live with it. But yeah, it is slightly annoying. Okay, so there's the... Oh, there we go. That's now a full belt all the way along here. Going into the back... Is it actually going into the elevator? Or did I not? No, I didn't put the... I didn't finish this bit off. Okay, that's fine. So yes, I suspect I probably will end up playing with trains, even though I wasn't really intending to. Hello, Inks. Welcome. Oh, 28th. Thank you, Bob. Okay, late April then. So it could go either way. What I was originally expecting to happen was going to be that I would get to the point where I'd essentially finished the game, and was going to go off and play, and would then go off and play something else for a while, and then come back to this game a bit later on to try out all the new stuff once it actually hits sort of final, and maybe do a multiplayer session as well. So I've got a few other people to help with the building, so it goes a little bit more quickly. Did I pick up the boring machine? Yes, I did. Cool. Pop. Okay, so now I have 3 drills worth going into this one, 6 drills worth going into this one, and there's room for 3 more drills underneath there somewhere, and there's room for 10 more in the patch over there. So there's quite a lot more capacity available. I haven't set up fracking on that one yet. I should do that at some point. That definitely needs to be done. But first, I think I want to rebuild this a bit more nicely. So how am I going to do? How do I want to do this? I guess probably do some box balancing. I think so. If I knock out an area here, so I've got a bit of playroom. And just fill this area with foundation, so I don't have to worry about whether I've got power and flat surfaces and so on. And then I put in one of these guys. Probably only needs to be let's use the bigger logistics container, because I don't know how many inputs and outputs I'm going to have on this thing. No, let's not. Let's use the small one, because that's silly. And there's certainly room for plenty of throughput here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an output from that one and an output from that one, and then I'm going to move that across one because it's in the way of itself. There it is. So I'm going to put you in there, and I'm going to have another pair of inserters there and there, and then I'm going to link them up with blue belts like this. Now technically this elevator is capable of putting stuff through faster than a single blue, so I might need to upgrade that at some point, but we'll see how we get on. And then you are both going to be outputs, and we'll just let them fill this thing up. And then from here I can run a blue belt out from here, and then put 1280s worth of processing on this, and just build out this way and make things a little bit neater and nicer, better. So probably going to have to shoot some of these things, some of these decoratives as I go across like that, to free up a bit of space. So my plan is to balance this based on one blue belt, and then add more stuff in as required if necessary. So if I build from here, like this, give myself some playroom, boop. It's nice that I've got to the stage of the game where a lot of these resources are cheap enough that I can do things like that without feeling bad about it. So I can then put an output there, and then run a blue belt from here. Bim, 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 bim. There we go. I haven't heard of either of those games, Bodeasy, so I won't say no, but I won't say yes. And I ended up playing Satisfactory because Mark bought it for me, and I felt that meant I should probably play it. But I've got a couple of other ideas that I'd quite like to have a look at first. So we'll see. 320, 640, 400, 1280. So I need 4 of these machines. Only 4. Okay, that's not very many, but we'll put them in. Boom. I say we'll put them in. I'll put 1 in at a time, and get 1 set up, and then copy and paste it because that's sensible. In, out. And how many outputs? I think this cuts down to a smaller number of things, doesn't it? So we're doing the telexite, and we're turning 320 in into 80 a minute out. So that's a quarter of the speed. I could drop down to a blue belt on the output here. I don't have blue belts, so I'll drop down to a green. Sorry, a yellow belt on the output. I don't have yellow belts, so I'll drop down to a green. And this will come around here like this, and then up this way like this for the next stage. But we'll worry about that in a moment. You're going to be an input. You're going to be an output. Then we're going to do some copy paste. Select area from there. Oh, that's not how this works. Select area from there to there, up. And then I would like to copy and place. I wanted 4 of these, like that. Paste. Right, the next stage. So this is going to be producing 4 machines worth. So that's 80 on one. That's 320. These take in 60, 120, 240, 300. So it's 5.5 machines. Fine. Okay, so I'll put in 6 because I wanted to run as fast as it. No, actually, no. Let's put in 1 to start with, and then think about it a little bit. So I want to put you there. Of course, it's a different size because why wouldn't it be? So it's got an input and an output, and then I'm going to need some more foundation, but that's fine. Get there. That spot over there, yeah, there was a bit of decorative in it, and I just haven't deleted it yet. Right, you don't need programming. You will automatically pick up whatever you're given and just start working with it, so that's fine. Don't need to worry about that. But we do need to then have 5 of these. So let's do copy paste. So select from there. Let's put in the belt because that would help. Then I can do a copy paste from there to there. Copy and place, and I wanted 5 for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5. Paste. Okay, so that's my sort of basic starting point. That's going to use nearly all of what comes out of here. Now the thing is, so that's going to be producing 5 of those. Is going to be producing 75, 30, 60, yeah, 75 a minute. And one of these uses 40 a minute. Right, so let's put in the 6th one, because I reckon that's probably going to be enough to run 2 of these arc furnaces off once I get them. So we'll have a 6th one in here, even though the 6th one won't be running quite 100% of the time. Then there's a bit more zappy, but I'm going to use the other zappy. I'm going to use this one. Because it's quicker and easier for a large area like this. Fill all this up with foundation. I'm going to need to go and get another pair of arc furnaces. That's going to probably be underneath it. How big is an arc furnace? It's not going to tell me because I don't have any. This might need to be a block higher because these things are indestructible. That's annoying, but okay. Right, so let's, in that case, let's fill this. Actually, let's fill this back up again. Put some soil down. There we go. Looks kind of ridiculous, but never mind. I probably should have used sand, but again, never mind. Then we'll pull that out, and this is going to have to be a ramp. Joys of a little bit of 3D. And then I can put in a bit of that there and a lot of that there, because I'm fully aware that these things are huge. Also, I'm going to need to shoot that rock. Boom. Like that. These things are probably huger than that, but never mind. We'll see how we'll go and get a couple and see how we get on. So that belt bringing out 1300, just under 1280, 16, 32, 64. So that's going to be enough for 8 drills, and I've got 9 drills at the moment. So it's going to be basically using all of it. That's pretty good. I'm not sure. The explosives, that's a good point. I should try the big explosives, shouldn't I? Have I got some big explosives still? No, I think I played with them all. I should get some more big explosives and give them a try. I don't expect them to work because I think the veins are indestructible, but it's a good point. I should find out for science purposes, because it would be quite useful to blow a few chunks out of them here and there when they get in the way. Right, electric arc furnace. What goes into one? That's probably the easiest way to find it. Processing, eclectic arc furnace, steel, green circuits, and stuff. So it's green circuits and steel. So it should be on this row here. So I was looking in more or less the right place. What have we got over here? Transform. Oh, I could do some more transformers actually. Let's have some of them. None of these machines are doing anything. Passenger assembly, chemical processor, transport ship, solar panels, load of machines pointing in the opposite direction to be helpful. Geothermal cargo drop off, cargo pickup. What are you guys doing? Ooh, this looks promising. Yes, electric arc furnace. Let's not take all of those because that's a lot. Actually, let's take all of those. So better than otherwise, I'll just change my mind and run out. Right, and the explosives. Where are they coming from? I know that I'm making normal explosives over here somewhere. And I think I ended up building them in roughly the same place. So there's... Nope, that's not explosive. Yes, there's explosives. And they're disappearing underground. Great. I'm pretty sure they just re-emerge somewhere down here. Not here. Somewhere down here to be used for weapons of some sort. This game really needs a search for people like me with no functional memory. They're the explosives. So they come out over here. Yes, they just come out of the ground here. Then they come out this way. And they go off over here to be made into weapon parts. And on down here. I don't think it's down here. I think it's somewhere back in the chemical processing area. Yeah, then they go in here to make military robots, and that's it. Yeah, I think it must be back somewhere over there, to be honest. Don't go fishing with explosives. It's probably a good idea. I don't think there are fish in this game. Just there are a few other critters, but no fish. Maybe I tapped a few explosives off over here somewhere. Or maybe I just did the whole lot completely somewhere else. What are you? What are you? You're a machine on its own doing funny things. No, you're making ignium-enriched water. Okay, not you. So here are the explosives that I'm making. And then they are just disappearing underground. I don't know. I know I made some strong explosives, but I haven't got a clue where. Oh, there were some more explosives over here, actually. Yeah, there's some explosives coming in here for other purposes. So they were going into explosives, throwing explosives were being made here. But I don't know if I was making strong explosives somewhere nearby and feeding it from that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm afraid we're gonna have to just leave that one as an unknown for a little bit longer. Right, so I've got my arc furnaces. I've got some casting machines, so I think I'm now ready to start making a lot more wafers. These things are massive, so we're going to put you there. I'm going to put you there with a deliberate gap, and then I'm going to fill in the foundation underneath, like so. hope that's complete. Yeah, that's complete. And then fill in the ground underneath it as well. Oop. So it's not just floating in the air. Because a machine this big probably shouldn't be left just floating. Some sort of accident would happen. Then we come in over here and you go, you're missing build. How are you missing building foundation? Really? Don't be like this. It's that piece, is it? Are you now happy? Yes, you are. Okay, now they're both happy. Thank goodness for that. I was really worried there's going to be some serious problem. Actually, it's not that much of a problem because I could just pick the machine back up again, correct it, and then put it back down. But still, it felt like a potential problem. Okay, so there we go. Now we run the belt along here like this. And put in some inserters there, and you know, I'll just put it there. Why not? It's a sort of symmetry. And actually, one of these should be the other way round, shouldn't it? Because otherwise, these two are not going to feed into each other. Right. So you're an output. You are not. So we're going to turn you round. This is the really annoying thing about. Well, one of the things that annoys me about this game is having to rotate machines like this sometimes in order to get them to have their outputs in the right place. Because I think the main reason it's annoying isn't so much that sometimes you have to rotate them or they have to be put the right way around. It's that the game doesn't make it very easy to tell if you've got them the right way around before you place them. There we go. So that's the output of that stuff. Then over here, I need more foundation so we can have some casting machines. And it's 2 casting machines per wasp naming machine. We've checked those numbers already. So I need to put in some more of this. Casting machines are not that big, but they're quite long, I think. This sort of fair, yeah. And I want to put them sticking out so that we can get the pipes going in along the back. A casting machine, in fact, is 6. So we need one for the pipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1. This is exactly the right size. So I'll put in a chunk of that like that, and then put in some casting. That's a chemical process, casting machines. And again, you see, I don't know which side of this machine is the input. They've both got arrows pointing inwards on them, but it does matter. So I'm going to have to place one, drop down here, program it like that. Like that, and then go which way, and go. Aha! I have got it the correct way around. That's nice. So that's good. It happened to be the right way around. So yeah, that was actually all right, and a lot less annoying than it might have been. And then we put in a belt through here like that, and then a pipe along the back of it. No, not there. Stupid thing. Like that. Then we take out that extra piece of pipe I put in there by mistake, and then we can do a copy paste. I said then we can do a copy paste. Right. Select area. Now I put in all the foundation already because I don't know why, but I have. So we go out to there and then up to there. Confirm, copy and place, and I want 4 of these because I've got 2 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot smaller than this system. This is a rather silly size and shape of design. I'm wondering if I should put the other arc furnace in this space here and just make it a little bit longer in this direction. Yeah, I think I might do that. So we'll yeah, we've got that copied. So I'll pull this up and I can paste it in again afterwards. Because then when I decide I want to put in a second copy of this, I can put in the second copy basically on the end of this and have another blue belt running out of there along here for a second copy that's out this way. So we'll do that. So that means I need to Shift F all of this from there to there to there. Boom. Then we'll take one of these, we'll put it in next to that one like that. I'm going to take that out. Yeah, I'll take that out and we'll sort that pipe out in a minute. Then along here again, I want to take out everything from there to there. Okay, not sure what happened there, but it didn't take out the belt. Actually, I think I do know what happened there. I think it selected the top of the belt. You know what? Actually, I think I want to move these two squares towards me. So let's do another one. Take out everything from there to there. Oops, got some flooring as well. And then let's put those back in again. These things. At this point, it doesn't actually matter which way around I put them, because I can put the pipes on either end. So we'll put one of these machines here, and one of them over here. Like, can we line these up? I can't see well enough to. Yeah, the second one there. Right, and then we'll drop down here, and we'll program you, configure you to do the telex site. Stop double-clicking, Laurence. This isn't Factorio. Copy, paste, and then we're going to need a lot more of this. Actually, it's not that much more. It's just a little bit more, like sort of yay much perhaps. Probably less. Actually, a lot less than that. And then I can go back to the pastometron, and I can say, oh no, I can't. We've lost it. Fine. That's okay. It's not a difficult thing to rebuild. So which end is it coming out of? The other end. Okay. Let's finish off one thing. Actually, sorry, I'm going to finish off one thing at a time. So I want to give me a belt. Right. Run the belt along here. Put in the inputs here and here. And then at the other end, we're going to have the goo coming out. Goo comes out into a pipe with a corner like that. I've forgotten about using the magic pipe thing. There you go. We'll bring that out to there for now, and then I'll get the next stage built up. So now we want to go back to the casting machine. So we were doing this a little while ago. I think yes, we wanted them facing this way. So we put the first casting machine in there. We'll do its pipe in a moment. Its output goes down here, and that is an output like that, and it gets a belt like this. There we go. Right, so that's going to be making those things. And we need, it needs pipe along. Yeah, good, that is on the right side. Excellent. I was pretty sure it was going to be, but you never can tell. So you are actually to be a TP, goes like that, and then a couple of straights, one on there, one on there. At that point, I think, yes, that's ready to be copy-pasted. So I can now do a select from there to there to there. And then it's 4 of these because I've got 2 machines. So we do copy and paste, place, 1, 2, 3, 4. Confirm paste. And then it's just a case of finishing off the pipe. Magic pipe. Boom, boom, there we go. Right, I think that's everything. I just need an output over here now that goes over here and joins that one. Are you at the same height? You are at the same height. That's a surprise. Nope, that's wrong. Because that's the nuggets, not the whatever you call the other things. Wafers. So that goes over. Comes over here. Goes down to there, and then we put in a splitter there to merge them. Right. Okay. So that's, I think, ready to be turned on. So let's try it. So come over here, flick this one round to be an output. Boom. Out comes a nice healthy stream. Oh, and I might as well pull that up as well. It's there's no point in sending it off down this belt over here. I'm also going to shoot this tree, just on general principles. Chomp, 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 chomp. So that's vanishing in there. Yeah, all the machines seem to be running, which is good. Are you building up any sort of input buffer? No, but you're also running flat out. So that's what we'd expect at this point. Then over here, we should see all these machines start running, but with the one on the end only running some of the time. So I'm expecting a little bit to get through to it. None has yet, but I am expecting a little bit to get through. How's your input buffer doing? 10. Are you trying to take it above 10? Okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I was expecting a bit to get through to this one. But then we get an outpouring over here, which is going into these machines. One of which is running so far, so we're not getting it through as fast over here as I was expecting as I was expecting it to come through. It is possible I've screwed up the numbers. I don't think I've screwed up the numbers, but it's possible that I have. So you guys, you've got 5 of you running flat out, producing 15 a minute each. Yeah, there we go. The last one ran a little bit then, so it's running some of the time. We've definitely got 30, 45, 60, 75 coming through. And these take, I can't see the screen. These take 40. So yeah, they should both be running. But it does seem that it's all going into this. It's probably this one filling up its input buffer, and then once it's done so, it'll start running through to this one. And then we should have some goop coming through here. Yes, these have kicked in. All 4 of them seem to be running, which is an interesting thing. Maybe they're all 4 will run and then all 4 will stop because they're connected by pipe. Although this is full, so yeah, you know. I say full. It's at 100 and it's stopped. Maybe it's more than 100 to make a wafer. Anyway, the system seems to be most largely working. And we have a slightly larger number of wafers heading down this belt over here. Okay, it's not amazing. Also, this is now probably going to be starving this one. Let us pull out... actually, maybe not. This system does seem to still be running. Maybe not as flat out. It's kind of hard to... Oh, yeah. There's some gaps on the belt over here. This box is still full, so this seems to be getting the priority, which is probably what I want. I think the next thing to do is going to be to get more input to this system, and then probably to expand this out to have another copy of all of this here to be running off the second blue belt that's going to be coming up this elevator. And to get a second blue belt coming up this elevator, I'm going to need to go and get some more from way over there. At the moment we've got... So a blue belt I said was... It was 8. Hang on. Yeah, blue belt is 8 drills worth. And I've got about 6 going into here. So... 9 going into the 2 of them. So I need to go and get another 7 drills worth from somewhere. Probably the other one. But also this one could be done as well. Okay, so let's go and make another 7 drills. How much biomass have I got? 69. Not very much. Not as nice as I would like it to be. I could knock over some of these big trees, or I could go and get some coal. I'm going to need some more vein miners because I'm down to 4 and I need 8. So let's go and get some of those, get some coal, and then the boring machine will work a bit better. Because whilst I could chop down some of these trees and just feed it with wood, coal is a lot more effective and efficient. Here is some coal. Boink. There we go. That was easy. Vein miners are surprisingly simple. Oh, where are they? I know vein miners are surprisingly simple to make, but I can't remember where they are. Resource gathering, vein miners. Yeah, it's very, very basic things. It should be somewhere along this row here. But not that one, not that one, not that one. Wait, is it that one? No. This one. There we go. Have some of those. True. That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Let's have a quick look at the bots and think about upgrading their outputs. So robots. Workstation effect. So I want the speed for the mining. So let's have a look. Presumably it's going to be a mining robot, isn't it? Yeah, machine speed plus 25%. It's only plus 25%. So it's not nothing, but it's not that much. But I can put multiple on it, can't I? So if I use one of the big whatchamacallem, oh, here we go. One of these things. A Wobot Workstation 3. Does that take 3 robots? I think it does. So that's actually going to have 75. It's almost 75% presumably. That's almost tripling the speed. Okay then, let's start making some Robot Workstation 3s and upgrading those vein miners, because that does sound, having twice as much stuff coming out of every single one of them, nearly twice as much stuff, sounds like a good thing to have. What was this say goes into one of them? Iron, green, CPU, and glass. Great. I don't have that anywhere. Oh, look at Lightbots too. Okay. Lightbot. Machine speed. Oh, machine speed plus 30%. Why are they better than mining robots? That doesn't make any sense. I'd feel like the mining robots should be the best ones because they're big. But no, they're only a 25%. But yeah, you're right. The Lightbots are genuinely better. Oh, okay. Do they? It doesn't. There's no indication of that in here. But I'll take your word for it. I don't think you can. I think you can only have one beacon affecting. Oh, I see. Miners do crushers and smelters as well. Okay, no, fair enough. Sort of, but not really. No bodies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can only have one beacon affecting each machine. It uses space exploration rules, kind of. Right. So we'll get some light bots. I also still need to make the make the workstations. So CPUs, glass, circuit boards, and play. So this. I don't think I have CPUs over here. So automating those is going to be a pain. Unless I do it somewhere down on the bus, on the robot bus. I forgot what I said again. So, got iron and green circuits and glass. Do we have glass here at all? No, I don't think so. Well, I could put it in here, and we've got iron and green circuits available, and then I'll just come over and hand feed the CPUs and the glass. That's not going to be too bad, I suppose. It's not ideal, but it'll work. Right, so put you, well, we won't put you there. First, we'll do this. And I guess this. And probably this. Oh, and another one. There we go, that much. So I can see some of that. Bring that over to here and then fill that area in like so. Then I can put in an assembler like that. And then I can put in a short and a medium. And I can tell this to make those. Oh yeah, so it is. Bah, okay. In that case, put that there. Now if I put my assembly machine in here, and yeah, okay, we'll get rid of that as well. One of those there, and one of those. That isn't what I wanted to do. There. Now it's only the CPUs I have to bring over. Thank you. That's going to make a massive difference. So put that in there like that, and that can swallow up everything but the CPUs it needs. So let's go and get some CPUs now. This is going to be the tricky part because they're the things that are in really, really, really short supply. But ooh, here's some. It's quite a lot actually. Wrong button. Pick them all up. So I do have a decent number of CPUs coming through now. At least in there's a burst of quite a lot of them coming through all in one go at the moment. I think there's going to be a gap soon, because there was a gap before, just before I landed. Yeah, there we go, like that. But that's a decent. That feels like a decent amount compared to what we had before. So I'm going to take those. I'm going to bring them over here and go. Here. Then I can go feed that all in there. There we go. Right, so now we can start making a few of these. So I'm going to need. I need 6 of them to go in and get the 75% bonus on everything I've already built so far. And I'm going to need a load of light bots. So I'm just going to get some light bots. Because it's currently dark. Are you light bots? I have no idea. I think they're light bots, but I'm honestly not sure. Yes, they are. Sweet. So I'm going to need 3 of those for each of the things I'm making. So that's going to be... I said 6, didn't I? So 18 light bots. How many is that? 28. Okay. That's more than 18, so that'll do. Right, back over here again. Where's the glass arch? There it is. Have we got enough? Yeah, we've got enough to make more. Let's make one more, because then I'll have 10, and 10 is a round number. I could mark it. Do I have any signs? Yes, I do. Right, let's put a sign on here. What are these? They're not actually called beacons. They're called workstations. Good shout. I'll put that on there. At this point, I probably should have the screens on the top of the machines rather than on the fronts of them, but since I'm flying everywhere now, but never mind. Right, so now back out again with all of my roboty goodness. I'm probably going to find these workstations require low voltage power, aren't I? And it's going to lead to a lot of swearing. But we'll see how we get on. I think I've unlocked everything. The xenoferrite, sorry, not xenoferrite. The xeno, I can't remember. You can't even remember what they're called. I think I've unlocked everything, but please correct me if there's something I've missed. Right, so I'm going to put down one of these. And it's not going to work because it won't have any power. Am I right? Oh, maybe it is. It is. Oh, right, sweet. So 90 plus 90% machine speed, right? And we've got two ore vein miners in what's name. So these should now be working a bit quicker. Yeah, the solar... Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, solar field might need upgrading a bit. So there we go. Got 304 a minute. We'll call it 300 a minute from each of these because otherwise the numbers are going to get too difficult and my brain's going to turn to cheese. And nobody wants my brain to turn to cheese, least of all me. Right, and then over here we'll have another one. Boom. Can I put you here? Let's not put him out in the street. That looks silly. Let's dig him a hole to live in. There we go. You can live there. Nope, don't press that. And then you can have some of these. No. Do what I mean, not what I say. There we go. Bloop. And what's that? Oh, right, I see. Into Xenon Power Core. Right. How much extra boost do I get for one of those? That's probably worth trying. Yeah, they're adorable, aren't they? And if we use actual robots rather than jumping up and down, if we use actual robots, I believe they stand in front of the computers instead. So yeah, also mildly adorable. All right, let's head off down here and do the ones down the other end as well. Then I'll come back and do the ones on the floor in the middle on the way through. So that's 900 instead of 480. So that's pretty good. Down here we have, we'll be having another 900. That'll easily fit on this belt. I say easily fit on this belt. If we had a fourth drill, that would be this belt full. So we're getting kind of close. It feels slightly mean leaving these robots just buried underground with nothing to play with but the drills. But I guess they're robots. They probably won't get too bored. I think at some point I'm going to have to go out and robot drone up my my coal mine as well, because that's probably, I think, is going to be the first one to run into throughput problems. 2 building, yep, have some of those. Ta-da! Right, good. So that is now going to be a 3/4 full belt instead of a half or whatever it was before. So that's rather nice. So I've got 300, 600, 900 from here, another 900 from the ones I've got over there, and there'll be another 900 from the top floor in this one. So that's 2,700 per minute, and I'm going to have to go back up and redo all of the maths. But 2,700, so that's 2.5 blue belts. It's pretty good. So I certainly can put in the second belt's worth of processing, and maybe have a little bit left over for sending out the little pink rocks that are needed elsewhere. So also down this dark and dingy tunnel to here. Let me through. I have important robot-related business. Alright, so take out a chunk here, and I reckon I can squeeze in another workstation like that. Tucked away in the corner there. Lovely. And you can have another 3 bots like that. Hello guys, how are you getting on? Good, glad to hear it. And then down here, the Lightbots dream of eclectic miners. Yes, maybe they do. There's only one. Was that a double? I must check that on the way back. Maybe it's only singles on this one. Oh, yeah. That. Click on that. Then click on select that. Then it's working. Right. Maybe there's only 2 here. That would seem a bit weird. Oh no, there's 2 over here. Ah, that is not going to be getting the coverage it needs, is it? No. Oh, it is. Okay, sweet. It's got enough range that it gets both of these mining drills from over there. That's really nice. So we've got 304 per minute on that one, and I can't get through on this one. 304 a minute on that one. Right, good. It's all working. So that is, as I said, the 2,700. This is the whole. Yeah, here we go. 2,700 ore coming through. So that should be easily enough to keep both this tangled spaghetti system and the slightly nicer, neater system over here running simultaneously. It does seem to be. Yeah, there is plenty of ore here, and this box is ticking up slowly. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is copy this entire system, put in another one over here, and and just double it again, and then I'll demolish this one because it's a bit of a tangle. Although I am going to need to put in a thing to pull out excess, or to pull out some of the telexite nuggets from here and take them off on this belt, because we do need those in the main factory, and we're not passing enough through at the moment. So maybe I'll have that as a priority. We'll see how that goes. So I would like to do a select area, and I will select from here to, yes, you're the most sticky outiest bit, to here, and thence to here, and I will do a copy and place, and then stretch to there. And there's a lot of blocked stuff. So we'll open the panel. We'll do a demolish terrain, demolish decor, although that doesn't work. Then we'll close that, and then we'll do a little bit of laser play of just going around here and shooting a few of these trees, like that one. And I don't know if that one's actually in the way, but I'm going to shoot it anyway. That rock's certainly in the way. And these are in the way. And this. I don't even know how far out I'm going. I think it's to about here. So we're probably alright. Let's try. Oh no, there's that one. I think that's good. So let's try pasting that in. Confirm paste. 9 things blocked. Oh, nothing blocked. Excellent. Right. There we go. So that should now... Well, it won't work yet because I need to... I don't know what this bit of belt's for. Oh, I do. Can we please... Capture the mouse. That's a good operating system. Right. Or game or whatever stage I should be blaming for it not capturing the mouse when it didn't. Then here, yes, we'll link you into there like that. And then you into there. And you're meant to be an output. Boop. And there we go. Massive quantity pouring out there, going into the system over here. And then this will kick in, start working. La 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 la, all the way through here. I need to link this belt into the back of that one, like so. So the output can flow through. And then I think that's done. I will go in and put some supports underneath the foundation in a moment. But first I want to come in over here and I want to split this off because, yeah, I need to change the priorities here. So I'll cut out you and you, put you back, and I want to put in a splitter here, like so, and then a belt that goes from here, no, forwards please, to here, and I'm going to do an output priority on here, and I don't know if I'm going to regret this in the future, but I'm going to anyway. Right, so then over here, let's take out some of these outputs. So take out you, and you, and you. And we'll let this sort of just run until it calms down and uses up all of the stuff inside it. I don't want to waste all of that. Yeah, the supports are kind of... I don't know, I mean, this isn't too bad as my constructions go. There's only a little bit of cantilevering going on. But yes, I will fill the gaps in to satisfy everyone's inner OCD and not wanting my buildings to fall over. So fill all that in, fill all of that in, fill all of that. There we go. At least cosmetically now it looks supported, even if I wouldn't like to guarantee there's soil under every bit of foundation. But it looks about... Oh, there's a gap down there. Don't look too closely. There we go. Now you can't see. Boop. Okay, so, right, there we go. We've got an amount of these going down there. I feel like that's quite a lot more than we had going down there before, so it should be okay. I don't know how sure I am that it's going to be okay, but I feel like it should, and we shall see. How are you guys getting on? You seem to have run out of stuff, so we'll start demolishing. In fact, all of this seems to have run out, so that's good. What's going on here? Oh, I see. My theory is if I pull this bit up manually, then I can do the bit in the middle in a slightly more automated way without risking accidentally knocking out one of these elevators or something silly like that. So take out that chunk. And then over here, these are still running though, so there's still probably... In fact, this is still running, so there's a load still buffered in these machines. So we'll let that trickle through. But for now, we are... This hasn't kicked in yet. Are you missing something? No, you're just taking your time about getting started. Okay. This one did also take its time about getting both machines running. In fact, it still hasn't. These should be perfectly matched. Or not perfectly matched, but closely matched. There should be enough for this to be working 3/4 of the time. But oh no, that one probably not this one actually, because I'm stealing all the chewing gum and taking it off that way. So yeah, okay, that one is feeding into there, so that's probably all right. I'm going to take a quick look in this passageway down here and see how things are going. Okay, so this is doing okay. The chewing gum is filling up quickly and hadn't got that bad anyway. The wafers, on the other hand, we shall see. So there's a buzz down here. It's not doing very... Okay, well, there are still enough to keep the systems down there running. Are we making them faster than we're taking them? Let's land here and think about other things for a moment. So I should put in a fracking tower on this patch over here, just to make sure it doesn't run out at any point in the future. I'll get that done while I'm out this way. This is running pretty well. Do I want to put in... I probably want... So I've got, as I say, I've got 2,700 coming through at the moment in total, which is 2 and a bit blue belts. If I get another 900, that'd be 3,600 and a smidge, which is basically 3 blue belts. So if I go over to here or here and set up another 3 drill points on this one. So I go down to the bottom of this one, set up another 3 drill points here, then I'll be able to put in a third one of these blocks here and get another chunk of them coming through. That said, we are currently making them slightly faster than we're using them. So it's currently, right now, it's okay. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's go and have a look at how solar is getting on as well. So if I pop out over here, actually, let's have a look at how processors are getting on as well. That's another exciting thing to check out. So I just need any machine with a control panel. This one will do. Grid stats. So as of right now, the batteries are basically empty. The steam turbines have kicked in. We are using too much power. The solar panels are producing no power because it's the middle of the night, at some point in the night. Hopefully it's very early morning because the batteries are still dropping even though the steam turbines have kicked in. So yeah, we are getting through a lot of power at the moment. It is currently 5 in the morning, so yeah, it's sort of late night, early morning. So the sun will be coming up in 3 hours, though that's still quite a long time. Let's have a quick look to see how the processors are doing, because that's what all this was about. This feels a bit crazy. I feel like I was expecting to spend a couple of minutes half an hour or so getting the processors up and running a bit faster, and then go back to making more types of robot. But no, upgrading the processors to be produced a little bit more quickly has essentially taken... Well, it's 10 o'clock now, so it's basically most of the stream to get going. Although, actually, that does seem to have fixed it. So, doubling... I think I only doubled production. It wasn't that... it's not solved. The belt is not backed up all the way. But it's doing pretty well. Yeah, they are... I think this feels like we're probably making enough of them. But only by but there's not an enormous amount of sort of excess, shall we say. But there is just about enough coming through, and it is gradually filling up. So that's pretty good. Yeah, time management is... Things always take longer than expected, especially when you need to start digging long tunnels and flying back and forth to go and get things. It does, yes, it expands to fill the time available, shall we say. Okay, I don't have a lot of space in my main solar field here. I wonder if it's time to set up a new solar field. And I say not a lot of space. I could just extend over this way through the hills and just keep going that way forever. That's probably the sensible thing to do, really. So, how's my inventory at the moment? Sort. Get rid of those. Yes. Get rid of those. Yes. Let's get rid of some of the biomass. I'll keep a little bit of it, just because why not? I've got telexite bits and pieces. I feel like I'm just going to destroy these. There's no point in trying to get them back into the right machines, because I'll never remember. I'll never get around to it. So we'll do that. And then hopefully I've got some solar panels. I've got some batteries. I should have. They're being requested. Yeah, they're being requested, so that should be fine. Yes, I did. Power cable. Yeah, you're probably right. I've only got 65 of that, and that doesn't get sent out by the Xenochest. Yes, jetpack fuel is being brought out to me, which is why I almost always have 5 gigajoules of it at the moment, which is really nice. Yeah, I could try and logistics container absolutely everything. But having built my mall like this, that's not realistic, unfortunately, without a massive rebuild of it, which I don't really want to do. Gimme. Oh, we've got... Oh, is that... Yeah, there we go. We're running out of power. So when the solar kicks in half an hour, hopefully we'll have enough power. But we'll still need to be doing a lot of... still need a lot more batteries and probably a lot more solar to make sure it runs overnight. Right, okay. So, let's get building. So, over here... If I do a copy from here, I'll get, I don't know, these pylons are every 2 blocks of solar, aren't they? So we've got 1 block of solar, 2 blocks of solar, and it goes battery, solar, battery, solar. So I want to come out to here, then go all the way across here, like that. So to get all of this, and yeah, wherever. Let's go up above the hill, so I'll make sure I destroy them. There we go. And then I want to do a copy in place. This is going to be a big old copy. So take that to there, and you know, so let's do 2, because why not? It's excessive, but what the hell? Then open the panel. I can remove terrain, and hopefully. There's now nothing blocked. Let's find out. It's still 800, 400. Keep scanning. Keep scanning. Surely there's not still 488 things blocked. Oh yeah, can I do the foundation first? Oh, I could have copied the foundation first. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, there's some indestructible stuff over here. Is this a? Oh, this is a. This is soft rock. I should be able to get through that. Close that. Right. I think. This is supposed to be destructible, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There we go. Right, so let's... It just for some reason the copy-paste thing doesn't get rid of it. So let's try with... Let's see if the bots can do it for me. Because I don't want to do all of this by hand, like a peasant. Yeah, there we go. And then over here as well, I want to get from there... to there, to there. Oop. If I just stand on top of it, then as it gets mined away, then I shall naturally descend down into the hole, which is it's sort of briefly effective, but only sort of briefly because there's a lot of verticality. There's a lot of extra verticality and whatnot. The big question is, can I get this dug up before a ship turns up to help me? Let's find out. Oh, treats it as ore. Okay, well, you know, the blueprint is a mod that's hacked all of this in, so I'm not going to be too rude about what it does, and it's incredibly useful. So I'm very, very glad it's there. So you know, if it doesn't work perfectly, I can be forgiving. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm going to rip through all this as quickly as I can, and then we'll be able to get the... Yeah, then we can go around looking for bits of rock to laser. Chomp, 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 chomp. Oh yeah, and another thing they've thought of, or they've I don't know whether they've actually been watching whether the devs have been watching my streams and taking my suggestions on board, or whether it's that they've noticed the same sort of problems as I have. But the last Foundry Facts mentioned that they were going to implement a system for allowing the game to make more. Oh, a ship has arrived to help. Allowing the game to make more sounds at a time, should we say, which is something that I've mentioned as being a bit of a problem. Because sometimes when you've got all of your bots digging as fast as they can, you can't hear any of the other machines in the background. So apparently that's something else they're improving. So yeah, either they listen to me, either they've been listening to me and watching my streams, or they've been noticing the same problems that I have. And I suspect it's probably the latter. Have I run out of foundation? I have. Jeez. But this is going to show off a few rocks and trees and things that need to be shot up a bit like this. So yeah, it was a good call. It's worth putting the foundation down first because it's a lot easier to spot the holes in it when there isn't anything on top of them. In fact, what I should have done is just mark that for deconstruction and then gone around shooting these rocks while I waited for the bots and the construction ship to do the rest of it for me. Go away. Oh yeah, man, I do need to get these ones. That, and that, and that. I should have built all of this a little bit lower down, slightly subterranean, because if you pull out the ground underneath a decorative, then it destroys the decorative. But if you just clear the area around it, it doesn't. So if this was 5 squares down or something like that, then all of these would get automatically cleaned out. I didn't think I needed to get that one. But because they're not, because it's at ground level around here, that doesn't happen, and I have to do this manually, which is a bit of a shame. Right, I think that's just... Oh no, there's one. I think that's enough, so let's fly back over here and restock on foundation. There we go. Foundation is restocking. So now, hopefully, I can do that, and I can do a confirm paste. Headphone warning. I'm sorry. Right, and let's have a look at the panel and see how we're getting on. So we are missing. Is this what's remaining to be placed? Yes, missing 3,000 building blocks. Jeez, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. And before, that's what she said. Oh, and I need some more power poles as well. Fine. There's still 7 things blocked apparently. Fine. Let's go and have a look at that. Then I'll go and get a load more foundation in a much quicker. Oh, I'm going to put excess foundation in up the middle, aren't I? It's going to be blocking. Oh, we've got the power poles. Okay, sweet. Do you get in the way? I don't actually. No, that's fine. That isn't blocking. I'm not sure what is then. I think I might just have to paste it all in and then find out, unfortunately. True, I can drag the foundation out by hand rather than pasting it. I don't know if there's any real advantage to that. They're equally quick, and I suppose I could put the foundation in first and then check for blockages. That's probably a good reason to do it. But I'm going to come back over here and get the foundation manually because it's taking too long to arrive by Xeno Logistics. Bump, not you. Not you. What? Oh, it is you. Yes, you. 1, 2, 3, 4,000. Actually, no, I won't do the confirm paste. Do I have small pylons? I think they're called power pole small, aren't they? LMO power pole wall mount. No, I don't have any small pylons. Let's go get some more of those. Where are they? Are they on the second row? I think they probably are. Pipe, boiler, power line. Let's get more power line because I always need more of that. Yoink. That's the big pipe. Seem to pipe into. They can't. They must be over here somewhere. Light pole, foundation, crushers, pylons. From when there was only one size of them. Right. I think now it's just a case of sit over here, pasting and pasting and pasting until I finally have enough solar panels and batteries to fill in the whole area I've demanded. And then go in and make sure everything's wired up properly, of course. I think there's a bit in the middle where I don't want to put foundation in because it'll cause problems. Yeah, I want to have this channel up the middle because otherwise I'm almost certainly going to run into an area where one of my pylons collides with somewhere where there's supposed to be foundation. Sorry, there isn't supposed to be foundation, but it's put it in anyway. So I need to be a little bit careful about that. There and there and zoop. Oh, there and then there, and there's a hole there. Right. Okay. So there was a bit of a blockage. So I'll shoot that tree. I don't see any other holes, but they could be hidden under things that have already been built. So that's yeah. I should have done the paste first. I should have put the foundation in first. You're all right. You are entirely correct. That would have been sensible. Right. Okay. And then over here, I need a couple of pieces of cable. So one going from there to there. That'll link those in, and then again to there. And similarly, over here. From there, oh, should start the other end. There to there, and there to there. And that one is linked via that pylon. Okay, cool. Alright, now I just come back over here and haunt this thing while I wait for my inventory to be refilled with useful stuff. Specifically, solar panels and battery packs. Got a lot of biomass up there. Okay, there's the batteries. And solar panels. Okay, so it's definitely time to do another paste because I feel like I'm nearly there. Okay, so we've got two building blocks remain in place. They're presumably blocked by something. One battery. I'm surprised I'm that close. I'm surprised I'm off by one, rather. Yeah, I think that battery is not getting placed even though it should. Battery. Battery, yes, I've got the batteries, but one of them's not being placed for some reason. It might just be that I'm a bit too far away and we can't see it, but we'll check that in a moment. Solar panels, got 25 of those, do another post. That's all of those gone. Okay, so we just need a few more, and I'm probably going to be able to fill it in. Oh, no. Right, okay, I think we're probably done now. There might be a few things that are blocked, but most things should now be up and operational. Okay, there's a pylon there that's blocked, but I don't think that matters. We'll check whether the things are plugged. So those are the two pylons that are missing and are blocked, but that's kind of okay. Is that the only things that were blocked? So were there only two things that blocked? So there's two power. So there's a battery and two pieces of building block. Great. So somewhere in here, there's the missing battery. Bet there's a tree under it or something. Yeah, there we go. So blow that up. That's quite convenient actually, because that appeared in a place that it made really obvious where the problem was. And now if we have a look in here, there we go. Everything's placed except two power poles. They should be in over here, but if I pull out some cable and wave it around in the air, I should be able to see whether there's anything that's not plugged in. And yes, there is. So that solar panel should be plugged into. That was a bat. Ah, okay. That should be plugged into there, I think. Yes. Anything else that's wrong? No, that's fine because that's the end of a chain. There's another gap over here, which is the beginning of a chain. So that needs to go to there as well. Same's happened over here. No, it hasn't. Yes, it has. You go to there. You go to there. Right, I think that's all of them plugged in now. So we could drop in here and find an arbitrary solar panel or battery and take a look at its control panel. Path to the sun is blocked. No, it isn't. It's 7 o'clock at night. It took me so long to get that all set up that the sun is now set. Oh, that's annoying. We have charged the batteries up to about, oh dear, only to about half. That's disgraceful. Right, so the factory is currently using 350 megawatts. I don't know what the solar panels are producing during the day. We've got 1,100 of them, and they produce about... I can't remember what they produce. Find out. Energy. And here we go. Solar panel large. Produces 650 kilowatts. So divide it by 2/3, roughly. So it's almost 1,200. So it's about 800, which is more than double. Sorry, yeah, it's more than double that. So I feel like it should be okay. We should be generating just about enough power, but not with an enormous amount of excess. Yeah, so I feel like, yeah, adding in vertical sort of single square elevators like in Satisfactory does sound like a nice idea, but I'm not sure how I feel about it, because it's I almost feel like it makes things too easy. One of the things about the ramps is that it makes it a bit more fiddly to build in the third dimension. And that sort of, it's good that you have that extra challenge in there, I suppose, I feel. 728, okay, so it's pretty close to double what I've got, what the consumption, which, assuming that it's sort of day and night is kind of linear, then it is sort of okay. But let's put in another 2 anyway. Bop, bop, out like this. And we can go in here and we can remove terrain. We'll click the demolish decor even though it doesn't work anyway. Right, I now have almost 51,000 sand. Lovely. There are some things that are blocked. How many are we going to end up with? So only 73 that are blocked. Okay. That could be worse. So there's quite a lot of going around here shooting these things required, unfortunately. God, can you imagine setting up a solar array like this without copy paste? It'd be horrible, absolutely awful. I can't even imagine how long. I don't want to imagine how long it would take, but it would definitely be absolutely horrific. Yeah, I do feel that for any sort of factory game, unless you're really only going to be having very small numbers of machines doing, well, anything at all, copy paste is absolutely vital. So I'm very glad there's a mod for it. Otherwise, I suspect I'd probably have given up on this game a while back now, or I'd be producing things in very, very small quantities and being a bit grumpy about having to repeatedly rebuild things, because that's basically what happened with Satisfactory. So I'm very, very glad that the copy paste mod is a thing. It makes the game actually playable. Even if going around, I suppose it's taken it to the point where the annoyance is now going around cleaning up these little bits of decoratives that are just in the way. So the annoyance is that instead of building everything manually, which is a much more manageable level of annoyance. So I'm kind of okay with it. And I'm going to very quickly run out of this. But at least if I build it out, then I can see where the whether there are problem areas left. Except I can't because I'm going to run out as soon as I get out to about here. Yeah. So well, it's okay. It's to this square that we're going. Okay. I think that area is clean. So let's go get some more foundation, and then just build it. Because I do think that having more solar is going to be a very, very useful thing to do. And I've got all night to get it up and built, and then we'll see it, and then it can all kick in the morning. It'll be lovely and glorious. Either that, or I'll come back over here, True, yes, moving the magic tower every so often is a good idea. Problem is that when you start doing that, you end up moving the magic tower all of the time, and it gets a little silly. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fine. I'm just going to get rid of all of the wood. I don't need that. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 3,300. That's probably going to be enough. Get rid of that as well, and that. Right. Yeah, the magic towers take long enough to charge back up again that by the time you've moved them, you almost don't need them anymore. So yeah, I could drop one in over here. In fact, maybe I should. Why not? I've got a decent number of them now. Oops. There. Gimme. So put you in down here somewhere. Give me a green light. There we go. And then we'll link you up to that. And then we'll also link that up to that. And that, because that doesn't happen automatically. And no. That's not what I wanted to do. Go away. I said go away. There we go. And then that one to that. And then I'm going to go back over to this magic tower because the other one won't have booted up yet. Right. Okay. How much stuff have I got? So we're filling back up. I've got refilled with batteries. Okay, that's good. So I can bring that up. There we go. Confirm paste again. Still need another 1 and a bit load. Oh, actually, we need another 4 and a bit loads of solar panels. So this is going to take a minute or two. Oh, we've got them already. So dump another lot out. Yeah, they fill up quite quickly. I don't know how it decides what order to do the refilling in because these seem to get priority. Maybe it does them sort of them in turn, but as fast as it possibly can. So the solar panels seem to come in more quickly than the foundation because the foundation is larger numbers. But then they seem to be prioritized over it. But it's actually doing all of them. Nearly there. Oh, I just need another pack of solar panels like that. Right. Okay. There we go. So that's done. Now there's only 2 power poles that are probably ones that we don't actually need. I don't see any red of unplaced power poles, so I don't know. I don't even know where those are supposed to be, and I kind of don't care. Oh, I've run out of power. I've run out of electrical cable again. Grr. Right. I may. I don't know how I'm gonna. I don't know whether it's going to automatically put the extra cables in at this point. I hope it is. Because if we look in here, power line, it just had enough. I've now got 0, but apparently it had exactly the right number. That feels too good to be true somehow. I'm kind of distrustful of that. It feels like if I'm going to run out, I should have had. It should have been on sort of 1 or 2, a few left, or a few left to place. But no, it claims it's good. It claims it's good enough. So let's try again. Okay, yeah. Notice that about 22 of my power lines disappeared then. So yes, it was. It had run out. It was lying to me like a naughty thing. Right. So are you all connected up? Yes, he says in tones of slight questioning. No, not over here. Alright, okay, so you need to be connected to that. And you need... Oh, I didn't even plug the thingamawhat's-it in. Let's plug the thingamawhat's-it in. Oh, yes, I did. Right, so that is more power, but it's 2:30 in the morning, so we're not actually getting any at the moment. If we drop down here, we will fall off the world. We can look in here, See, okay, the battery's at 15%. I'm not sure why the battery's at 15% because I've only just placed it. Maybe it's charging up off the steam turbine, which is kind of naughty, but okay, fine, do that if you will. The grid seems to be holding it together reasonably well. We've got the 350 megawatts being supplied, of which 75 megawatts is coming out of the steam turbines and 280 out of the batteries. Hopefully that's going to hang on and just about be okay. And then we should find that as soon as dawn dawns, the 1,280 solar panels I've got, jeez, will kick in rather nicely, and everything will be both hunky and dory. But it's a little while till dawn yet. We've got another 5 hours, so I'm not going to sit here and watch it because that's no fun. Okay, I might have to have a fiddle with a blueprinter at some point then. Thank you, that's good to know. How are things going over here? Do we have full belts of everything? We have a full belt of the chewing gum, at least. So that now means that all of the the chewing gum that comes out of these comes out on this row is now going into these arc furnaces. So that's good. They've both kicked in. That's nice as well. So we should be producing a decent rate of the of the silicon wafers now. So again, that's also good. How are we looking? Let's go in the tunnel again and see how things are filling up because I'm curious. It was filling up gradually when I looked before, and also the processors were backfilling along the bus as well when I looked. So I think things are now sorted for now. Oh, yep, here we go. That's definitely better than it was before. We're only here. And the wafers have come all the way back to here, so that's definitely making them significantly faster than they're being used. So I'm happy with that. I would still quite like to go in and put in a little bit more capacity though, just because I want to future-proof it a little bit so that I don't go out next week and build in another couple of robot types and then go, oh well, that was it. I'm now short of processors again. I better go out and spend another stream going and expanding them. So here's the lift. Right, I want to go down to. I want to go down even further. Let's take the lift down because it's a useful way of getting power down there. Bing, and I'll get out the scanometron and say, where are we going? I was going to put a fracking tower on the second telexite vein. You're quite right. I should do that. Oh, the batteries show the grid battery percentage. That makes a lot more sense, to be honest. So I'm quite happy with that. So we need to drop down to 17. So we've got 97, 57, and 17. Okay. 97, 57. I would also like to go to 17, which is at 17, surprisingly. Confirm. And now it's going to start digging, isn't it? Yes, there we go. It started the digging, and that means I can't do anything at this point. Fine, you know what? Let's go down this way. And one by one, and carry on down to 17. Who can drill faster? It turns out it's me. And not just by a little, by quite a lot. Ah! Okay, so this is one of those. Right, okay. That's fine. We can't shoot. Oh, yes, we can. We can cut through these. Nice. So, in that case, we'll put in a thing here for this to sit on. So we've got 1, 2. I need another 8 or 9 or 10 or 15. Yeah, that'll be enough. There we go. Like that. And then while we're waiting, we'll do a little bit of boring out of this thing. Like so. Sure, yeah, you can go as well. Boop and boop. Right, so now I can whack in a vein mining drill here. One of these guys. You go on. There's the business end. You go on there. Lovely. And I guess there's my elevator. Nice. So I'm going to need to think a little bit about where I want to put the freight elevator. My thought is, do I want another one going all the way up to the surface? So this is going to be producing 900, which is, or this floor I think is going to be producing 900. So I'm sort of hoping there's going to be another ping, couple of these. Oh, Okay, so there's another one round there. Did you say there's another one round on this side as well? There's 3 of them, and yeah, okay, that's interesting. So there's no double here. There's 3 of them, 1 on each side. That's fine. I mean, I can deal with that. It means it's going to be a little bit more expensive in robots, but what the hell? They're just robots. They're cheap. So I'll have a platform here for that to sit on. There we go. What was I saying? Yeah, so I need to decide where I want the freight elevator to come up from, which is going to be a bit of an interesting one, because it could be, there are many options essentially. What's the right height for this? I can't see it. I think what I probably want to do is add it onto the same freight elevator as I had as the original one that I put in. Or I could just give it its own one and then mix it all up in the chest at the top. That's probably easier. It'll be a little bit over-spec'd, but I think that's okay. It doesn't matter if we've got more elevator capacity than we strictly need. I don't see that as a problem. I just need to decide where to put the additional elevator. Oh, and it's going to come down. Who knows where it's going to come down, because we've got the whole because it's going to pop out somewhere way underground. Yeah, because I don't know where it's going to come out, because the underground elevator, the passenger elevator, is not in the same place as the freight elevator system. However, because we've made it all the way out to the lava level down here, it's actually going to be fairly easy to get to transport everything around and find the right place for it. So let's go and find the passenger elevator. There it is. Head back up again, whack in another freight elevator, and then just find the appropriate place at the bottom. It'd be quite nice if you could have multiple level. Could you not? It'd be quite nice if you could have multiple height entrance points for the freight elevators, like you can with the passenger elevators. But I understand that's not a thing. But it'd be quite nice if it was. That's what I'm saying. Pop! Right, so over here we have, so we have these guys. So if I put in another one of these, actually I'll have to take out that. If I put in another one of these guys here, and then I drop back down the hole again, then I can just feed everything into there. There's going to be power to worry about, which is going to be a little bit faffy, but we'll worry about that once we've got the infrastructure set up, because it's not going to be too hard to get power out to wherever it's wanted. Right, where is that? Where's it? There it is. Oh, it's all the way over here. Blimey. Okay then. Right, well I'd like to build everything at this level, just for sort of sake of neatness. So I'm going to build a what's the term that's used sometimes in construction and whatnot? For when you build something out to show where something's supposed to be. There's a term for it. I've heard it in woodworking videos. It's not a tattle stick, but something it tells you where that you put in to show where something is supposed to be. Anyway, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm gonna build this across to show me the height that I want to build my next bit of everything, my freight elevator at, so that everything matches. Come to think of it, this should probably be foundation, not earth, but never mind. Right, so this is the correct height, I think. Whoa, don't fall out of the sky. It would be sort of tempting to play with a sort of actual lava damage in this game if it didn't just randomly drop, if your jetpack didn't randomly just stop firing every so often like it does, because that kind of makes it not work out for me. Right, so I will need the bottom end of a freight elevator, which is this guy, bottom end, this guy, boop, there we go. We'll give that some time to, build itself. Oh, bother. There's something in the way at 56 meters. Let's stop doing that and start doing this with foundation instead, because this is what we want. So we need a bit of that. and then that. And yeah, so I'm gonna need to put in either I'm gonna need to run low voltage down from somewhere in the goodness knows where. Oh, this isn't the way. Or that's a big one. Or I'm going to need to put in a transformer over here, and I think the transformer is going to be the easier of the two. So we'll do that. Oh, foundation from the other elevator. Yes, you're probably right. So run this over to here because we'll definitely have power over this area. Right, let's go and check. Let's go and check that out because I think you're almost certainly right. Get in. There we go. So around here. Yep, there we go. There's the problem. Okay, I did not think my cunning plan all the way through. Thank you, Robber. Much appreciated. Things are going mostly okay. I'm only making small mistakes and only slightly putting things in places where they can't go. And most of these problems are fixable with enough laser work. So we'll do a little bit of opening up the corridor over this way. And then just rebuild everything so that it actually works. Right, there we go. So there's enough space there to then take this down to a 1x1 and go bump, 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 bump along there. And I put foundation in like that, which means, well, I've only got one belt coming in at the moment, but you never know. I might get more later. So we'll stick with 2 just in case. And then I can, then I can dig up this, no. There we go, now it'll work. So now I'll take this belt round here like this to there and in there. And then this one, we'll keep this one because at some point I'm probably going to bring more through from the other place. We should... Can you hear it digging? I can't hear it digging, but I'm cautiously optimistic there will be some digging. So let's go back down and find out, I guess. Oh, there's a gap in the belt there. I mean, it doesn't matter now, but it will eventually. Right, there we go. So that's that. Now, back round. Have I gone the wrong way? Yes? Yeah, what? No, I had gone the right way. Ah, this side tunnel. There we go. Right, are you now happier? Whoop, and building here. Yes, you're happy. Excellent. Right, a few more stalactites have to go. Boom, boom, boom. So destructive, but they are kind of, in the way. Right, so next stage N+1 is we say we want to bring some power out from here. We would like it to go up onto this wall over here, that, and then we'll bring it to, not there because that's too far, bring it to there, and thence to there, and then we'll have more of these heading out like this, I guess, because this is where we're going to be going. And also, I'll put in my transformer here because it's convenient. So I need one. This could be let's use up that small transformer that I had I acquired from a little while ago. So we'll link that to there. There we go. Now there's power in all of this, so that's lovely. And then I can carry on doing power things around from here like that, and thence to. This is going the wrong way. The other 2 drills are around the other sides of the world, aren't they? What the? Okay, no, there's one there. So that means the other one should be on this. Oh, there. Yeah, it is there. Okay, so I am going the right way. I just need to go a bit further round this. Oh, I don't know. I'll come back and poke some holes in some of these things just to make it look less horrible later. Oops, I do want that. No, no, what? No, don't be silly. Do what I mean, not what I say. We'll discuss this. Right, so from there, we then carry on this way. So we'll carry on along the underside of this piece of, this massive rock outcropping, along to here, where we can then, I suppose, do that. And then that. Oh, this is awful. And that. There we go. Everything's hooked up. It's only a little bit horrible. Oh, you've got the you've got your robots up and running. Nice. I'm doing pretty well, I think. I've got to let's have a look, because I haven't done this yet. This stream. So finances, sales charts. Right. So I've got money is happening. Transport bot's great. Heavy duty transport bot's great. Transport drone's great. Aquatic hauling bot great. Cleaning bot, vacuum bot, light bot, snack bot. All these are all good. Mining screen. Haven't done the hydro mining bot yet. Operator planter. Haven't done the hydro farming bot yet. Haven't done the marine exploration bot yet. So I've only last week I got the aqua frames for the bots up and running. So I've got those being produced and available. But I've only made the aqua hauling bot, I think, so far. I've made one of the aqua bots, but only one. So the hydro mining, hydro farming, marine exploration are all done, not done yet. Most of the robots are done, but I haven't done the personal assistant one or the science one yet. So I've got all but 2 of the robots, and I've got all but about 3 of the mini bots. Screenbots looking a little down. Screenbots. Oh yeah, you're right. Screenbots are struggling. And light bots, were they struggling? Screenbots definitely. You're quite right. That's been a downward trend there, so that needs looking into. All the rest of them look okay. It's basically a solid line with a dip at the end because of today. So maybe a tiny... No, that doesn't count. Screenbots definitely, though. You're right. There's something wrong with screenbots. I should go and look at that. Operator robots, I think that was the shortage of processors, and it's now just about got going again. Farmer robots have had issues. And combat robots, I think the same sort of thing. The shortage of processors has only just got back to the point where they can be made steadily again. So yeah, we'll have a look at screenbots at some point. But yeah, so I've made quite a lot of them at this point, and I'd say I'm nearly there. But I keep saying things like that, and it keeps only being semi-true. Right, so these are going to be eventually making 300 each. So one of these belts is 640, so it can manage 2. So I want to come out to here. Yeah, but I want to come a little bit further out first. So if I tell it to come to there, then I can curve here at the right place to then bring it through here and join on there. Except that something happened over here. Yes, there was a stalactite in the way, so get rid of that and that and that and that. Then I can link that back through there again properly. There we go. And over here, I want one of those. And one of those, and let's just check the numbers on these. Yeah, 640. So I can carry on using the green belts for now. But when I pick up another drill's worth, we'll need to increase it. Why are you like this? Don't be like that. Just build. Can you squeeze through between the... You can squeeze through between the everythings. That's nice. Put that to there. Right, oh, okay, that's good. Oh, no, I haven't run out. Alright, so then bring this to here. Stop it. And then this one to here. And then switch up onto the next belt tier. We'll go to one, so put in a blue splitter And then I can put in a blue belt from here to here, and then an inserter. I think that should just... Oh. Why do you not have power? Oh, there's a few pieces of foundation missing. Why are there a few pieces of foundation missing? Is that done? Yeah, there we go. Now it's flowing into the elevator. Good. So that's now working. We've got all of this flowing in here. That should be fine. I do need to put in some robot workstations in here just to finish this off. So put you there and give you some... How close do I have to be? That close. Give you some bots. There we go. And then round here. I think I've taken the belt the long way round, but never mind. Give you a bit more space to play with. So I have space there for another workstation. Goes there. And the workstation gets some bots. And then finally round here, this one also gets a place for a workstation. Gets a workstation. And gets some friendly neighborhood robots to run it for us. I would like some of those. And now I'm basically out of light bots. But we now have a massive quantity of telexite coming out here, so that's really good. That's done what I wanted. So fly around here, la 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 la. Find the hole back up again, which is by the passenger lift, which I don't really need because I have the magic of a jetpack. And I can go back up here. Oop, bonk. La 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 la. 1280 for a blue belt, yes. It's all powers of 2, you see. So yeah, we get 1280 along there, but it's so I could have fitted, if there's a fourth one down there, then I could have a little bit more coming through, but I ran out of drills basically. So put that there and that there. Swap that to be that way round, and then I want to put in even more in there like that, and that'll very quickly fill this box up, I imagine, because we're now putting in. I don't even know what we're putting. We're putting in 4 sets of 1200, I think. No, 4 sets of 900. Because we've got. I've used all of this one. This has 9 points. So it's 9 times 300. So it's 2,000. Yeah, 2,700 from there. And then I put in another 3 over in on this drill over here. 3 out of the 13, so it's not. I haven't used very many of those. So we have 4. Sorry, we have 12. We have 4 lots of 900 going in there, which is 3,600, and we're taking out 2,560. Yeah, 256 times 10. So. What did I say? 3,600 in and 2,500 out. So we've got plenty, and this should fill up quite quickly. So it's getting too late at night for me to do maths. Can we run a third one off this? Is going to be the question. So that would be going up from 2560 to 36. No, 37, 38. So not quite. But we could put in a third one, and it wouldn't run at. They wouldn't all be able to run at full speed, but they would all be able to run at least partial speed. So I think that's kind of worth doing. And then I can top it up with another one going into one of these, being fed into here at some point in the future as well. Get that bit more coming through. So yeah, let's copy this and call that good for the telexite for now. So, back out to the copy-paste machine, and I would like to select a new area, and I will select from here to... That's wrong. I would like to select an area, because I didn't get the foundation. I will go from here. No, I won't. I'll go from here. Because I need the foundation, otherwise it won't get built. Out to here. And then, have I got the belts in between? No, I haven't got the belts in between, because I have. Yes, I have got the belts will bring stuff in between. I'm still going to go one square out beyond the the arc furnaces, though, just to make absolutely sure. So I would like to have that area, please, and I would like to do a copy in place. I would like to drag it out this way, so it's going to come out to here. So first off, we're going to be smart this time. We're going to do a demolish terrain to mark the place. Then we're going to close that so I can see where I'm playing with, and then I'm going to come through and play with the laser gun a little bit. No, 1280 is not a power of 2. However, 128 is. It's 10 times powers of 2. So the slowest belt is 160, which is 16 times 10. And then that's 320, 640. Oh, maybe... I've confused myself now. Yeah, then it's 320, 640, and so on. Okay, but it's easier to look at numbers and recognise powers and stick a 0 on them in your head than it is to look at a number and stick and then to multiply them by 5. So I'm going to stick with saying they're 10 times powers of 2 because that's a much friendlier way to think of them. Ta-da! Stuff. And none of this is going to work because I haven't put in an input, but that's fine because I'll go and do that next. Right, so that's all of that running through it. They're also completely self-contained now. And then this is going to run from over here. So I'm going to put in another out exerter on there like that. And we're going to say, yes, you are an exerter. I can't boop the number button. There we go. And then we're going to bring a blue belt from here, zoop, over here, and then in here like this. And zoop, there we go. So, as I say, this isn't going to... We're not going to have quite enough. The amount in this box is going to drop off eventually. Because, yeah, there's capacity for 3 blue belts to be brought out of the elevators, but at least one of them is not being filled up. Yeah, there we go. This one's not running for absolutely flat out. That one is for the time being. There's some buffer somewhere, I'm not sure. But we're not going to be getting quite 3 solid blue belts out of here at the moment. I am going to need to probably either put more into this one or run additional belts from maybe this one in the middle. That's going to be slightly awkward due to the positioning of them. Actually, not too bad. It could be done. So what I probably want to do is put in another input there and then get rid of that and have that go into there like that. And remove that and that. And also that, and then I can put in another one of these here, which is also to be an output, like so, and then I can blue belt from there to there, and also from there to there, like that. Because I think this one is going to end up bringing more up in the future, because this is the one that's at the end of the belt from the other system over there. Now it's very, very unbalanced at the moment, in that this one is going to be getting a lot more than these two. In fact, this one's going to be getting more than it can cope with, and these two are going to be getting less than they can cope with. So I may do some further shenanigans with it, I may not. We'll see how I feel. But we're getting whatever number it was I said, 3,600. Yeah, 3,600 coming out of here. We would like to have 3,800, but it's okay, we're still going to be producing significantly more this way. Right, so, sort of happy with this. Yeah, it makes sense. It'd be nice to have the have two belts worth going into each of these and just sort it out from there. But the way this has come together is I've got this patch underground here, which has 3 different levels of teluxite in it. So I've got an elevator going down to each of those 3 levels, and each one of those is producing slightly less than a blue belt. So I've whacked those into, put an elevator in from each level, but then the middle level has also then had a belt go out to the other mine over there, so we're getting another bit less than a blue belt coming in from over there. So we've got a bit less than 2 blue belts coming into this one, and a bit less than 1 going into each of these. So this one is overrun. So in the long term, what I'd probably do is put in an additional elevator here, and then maybe either expand this container here, or maybe just run some belts directly from the elevators and go, I don't care. But for now, this is good enough. They're not all going to run absolutely flat out, but that's fine, because they're going to be running fast enough to deal with all of the input that's being brought up from down below. And that's kind of what matters. As long as we're using up all of the input, it doesn't matter if there are some machines that aren't running at 100%. And as long as we're producing enough wafers, at the moment it feels like we're not producing any because it's so slow. But yeah, as long as the wafers are being produced faster than they're being used, then again, that's absolutely fine. I do now need to pull out all of this because I built this up as my initial construction, and it's no longer doing what I wanted to do. It's no longer doing anything, in fact. So if I pull out all of this from there to here, I guess, and then up to here, that'll all go. And also the same on the other side, so we get from here to here. Get rid of all of that. There's a little bit of spare foundation over there. That I don't care about so much. I kind of care about this. I'm going to pull all of that out. And that. And then I can extend this belt like that. I could upgrade the whole thing to green. I'm not convinced there's any point, especially as I'm 57 belts short for doing so. So I will not do that. Especially as the red belt is easily fast enough for the rate we're producing it. So that's fine. Yeah, 8 miners per level would be quite a lot. I suppose it's theoretically possible. It feels like it doesn't break the rules. I don't think it can be. I don't think it'll happen, just based on my gut feelings from playing the game. But yeah, I feel like it doesn't break the rules because you can have up to two mining points on each side, and you can have and there are 4 sides. So it feels, yes, theoretically possible, but given that I've never seen it, I suspect it probably doesn't happen. But you never know. Grid is still strained. Why? Is that just this grid is strained though? I think it might be. Yeah, it is just this one that's strained. Because we've got a decent amount up here. We are draining the batteries rather quickly though, so we're still using too much power. But I don't think it's... But I think it's just that I think that strain is because I need to put in another one of these guys over here. So let's fill that in like so, and then put another one of these, and let's put in 2 more. Just why not? They're cheap, so I feel like it's better to have too much power than too little. Well, actually, can I do this? I can. They do daisy chains. Sweet. So now if I check out over here, we are no longer strained. So that's good. We are still a little bit... What time is it? It's 5 in the morning. Okay. So... And we've got only some of the steam turbines have kicked in so far, so that's slightly good. There's still woefully inadequate amounts of power. But, yeah, we'll have to boost... It needs more boosting. Maybe I'll do that between streams, because it is kind of dull. We're using... It's less than the 350 megawatts we were using earlier. But it still is too much for the system I've got at the moment. I would quite like to... Oh yeah, the zoom out button is there. I can't control the wheel. I'd like to see along here, see if there's any that are these that are strained at the moment, having just fixed one. My worry is I'm not going to know... I don't know how if I'm going to be able to tell if one is strained. This one is... Or rather, if I find one that is strained, I don't know how I'm going to work out which one it actually is. But these two are both using a fair amount of power, but they're fine. Oh yeah, they are all fine. Again, these two are using a fair amount of the available power, but a fair amount is fine. I don't mind that at all. Oh, selected grid is outlined with a yellow box. Sweet. Oh yeah, there it is. Nice. I approve of that. It doesn't solve the other problem though, which is where if I saw this one was strained, and I go and like, okay, that's a problem, and I go in and look at it, and I go, okay, it has assemblers and casting machines and chemical. I still don't know where that is. which comes from naming them, I suppose. But it kept losing the names when I put them in. So you can rename them, yes, but I think it was a bit glitchy at one point, and it kept losing the names whenever I tweaked something on them. I think it was whenever I added a new transformer, it would lose the name. So I didn't realise that for quite a long time. I didn't realise that you could name them for quite a long time, so I wasn't. And then when I did realise you could name them, it kept losing the names. I think it was when I added a new transformer, but don't hold me to that. But it kept losing them, and so I got frustrated and stopped doing it. Okay, since I'm here and at this one, let's rename this one to Teluxite Processing. There we go. So. And then there's one here that's got one loader on it. I have no idea where it is, but it probably doesn't matter because there is a small transformer that is more than capable of powering a single loader. So, yeah, maybe I'll try and rename them as I come to them. Okay, it is 7. Every time I look at every time I want to look at how much solar power I'm producing, it's always night time. So I'll try and remember to have a look in a 45 in-game minutes. This does want to go, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Don't take that out. I need that. No, I still need that one. Right, there we go. So we used a load of the chewing gum up apparently, but that's catching up rapidly, so that's fine. There we go. Oh no, I was going to say, the wafers are caught up. No, they haven't. They're still disappearing into the hole in the ground. Let's go down and have a look. Let's see how they're doing now. Yeah, there we go. It's definitely catching up. Maybe not quite as fast as I'd like it to, but it's doing pretty well. Yes, game. Yeah, that's very true. It's a bit like what they say about why you shouldn't design your own encryption systems, because anyone is smart enough to make an encryption system that they can't break. But very few people are smart. In fact, probably nobody is smart enough to make an encryption system that nobody can break, which is why you need to get teams of people working on them and pointing out errors and improving them. So yes. Right. Oh, it's daytime now, so let's find somewhere to check the power grid again. Grodstuds. Right. Where, okay, it's this way. Drag. Okay, so now we have 832 megawatts pouring out of the solar panels. Lovely. And 540 megawatts of that is going into the batteries. So more than half the power is going into charging the batteries, which I don't know. Is the amount of power? Do you need to have the same amount of power in the battery? If your solar panels are producing double your power requirements and your batteries can hold all of that power, are you guaranteed to have enough? Is it double, or is it more than that because of losses and potentially it's not light all the time? And I don't know. It got light at 8 o'clock and it gets dark at 7 o'clock, so it feels like it's slightly less than half the day when they're charging. But I feel like I'm at a point now where it's probably going to be all right. But I guess I need to still carry on keeping an eye on it. We shall see. Name loss is a great blow because he thought up a great poon. Well, maybe it'll come back to you, and if not, you'll have to just come up with another one. You know, a good pun is its own reword. Get 240 steam engines running. I could get 240 steam engines running, but then I'd have to go and find another coal vein, and okay, there probably is one somewhere. In fact, I could go down here to this coal vein down here and get 240 steam engines running off it. But also, that's ridiculous. I'd rather have 1,100 solar panels or whatever it is I've got over here. It's just less moving parts. It's a lot easier to deal with. I am looking forward to to next time I play, when there will be nuclear power plants, and then so presumably you'll get to a point where you invent nuclear and you go, okay, well I can just forget all of this nonsense and just have boom, a massive nuclear power plant that'll produce all of the power you could possibly want. I sort of hope that nuclear is going to produce a ridiculous amount of power, and there's going to be a new building of some sort that also uses an absolutely ridiculous amount of power. So even if you wanted to power it with solar, it's going to be a little bit unrealistic unless you go absolutely crazy with it, which, to be honest, I kind of have. Just so that nuclear is almost compulsory at that point. Yeah, maybe there should be a limit to how much current you can put down one of these cables. But to be fair, we haven't been told what voltage it's bumped up to, so maybe it's sufficiently high voltage that we're not actually pumping that much current down these cables. Who knows? Right, and okay, there's the processors. The processors are still attempting to fill up the belt that they're filling. Oh. Because it's a red belt. No, it can't. No, it can't be, because there's a gap on the belt along here. But I do still somehow feel that this needs an upgrade. So let's do that. So we'll make you into a green, and then we'll make you into a green. Zoop, and then they just disappear like that. And then we go along here and we go, well, that's going to be absolutely fine and hunky dory until we find the splitter at the other end, where we're going to not have the capacity to unload them at the speed they're coming in at. Yeah, like that, basically. So we need to come in here and say, okay, that should also be a green. And then at that point, well, it'd be nice to make that one a green as well, just for the hell of it. But then we come along here and we go, oh, there's another yellow there, so we'll upgrade that one. But then after that, actually, it is green, so we're probably good from here on out. So that seems to be okay. Also, the processors are good. We've filled up the bus now, so it's not backed up all the way back to supply, but it's backed up beyond, well, before any of the demand. So I'd say that is enough processors for right now. And I've expanded this in such a way that it's going to be quite straightforward to put in another floor and another floor if I decide I need more of them in the future. So this is very, very expandable. We've got enough at the moment. I think I'm fairly happy with that. How do I connect to the solar panels and the batteries and the grid? Yeah, no problem. So this is my solar array. It is kind of ridiculous, as you can see, but it's just I've basically made it out of modules. So apparently you need twice as many solar panels as you need batteries. Somebody told me that right back at the beginning. I believed them, and it seems to have been okay. So we've got and so that's basically, we've got one end of the solar array connected to a pylon like this. Further down, they're all connected to the pylons that run down the long edge of this array. So that'll be plugged into a solar panel here, and then each solar panel is plugged in up to into the next one, and that goes, in theory, that should go all the way along, but because I was doing it in blocks and then expanding out, it worked. It was a bit easier to see what was going on if it went via the occasional pylon. Also, the batteries needed the pylons because the batteries are far enough apart that you can't connect that one to that one. It won't let you. The cables won't go far enough, and so those do need the pylons over here. And so at that point, it's somewhere down there, I eventually gave up and just started connecting the solar panels together with the pylons as well. But it's just connected into the high voltage power grid, and then connecting everything else together. Okay, so night is slightly longer, so you do need a bit more than half going in. Okay, but it was a bit more than half when I checked it. So we've got 832 being generated and 500 going into the batteries. So yeah, it is a bit. It is more than half. It's 5/8, which is more than, yeah, slightly, well, just under 5/8, which is a bit more than half. I'd be slightly more comfortable if we had a bit more in there, so I do want to expand that even further. But it does seem to be charging up reasonably nicely. What time it is now? It's gone noon, so we are more than halfway through the day. The batteries are less than half charged, only just over half charged. Yeah, I'd rather they were a bit higher at this point. So I think the overall system needs a bit of further expansion. The ratio feels reasonably close. Actually, I don't know. What? Yeah, I'm struggling to think about how to compare 832 megawatts with 663 gigajoules without doing all of the maths. But the fact that we're about halfway through the day and the batteries are about half charged, and they're taking about half the a bit more than half the power, makes me think that this is about the right ratio. It's close enough that I'm happy to go with twice as many solar as batteries when it seems to be roughly right, because it's easier than going for exactly the right ratio. So yeah, I'm happy with 2 solar panels to 1 battery and just going, yes, that is my pattern, bum 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 bum, off into the heat haze in the distance. Yeah, no problem, Robert. Happy to help. Okay, so I think I've now fixed the first sort of yak shave of the stream. So I started off going, right, today my plan is going to be to make some more robots. And then I went, oh, but wait, we don't have any processors, so I need to fix that. And in order to fix, and there weren't any processors because we didn't have enough machines making them over there. So I added in an extra floor of machines over there to make them, but discovered that there was also a shortage of telexite wafers coming through. So then I went over here and spent ages putting in some more drills around here, bring this up to the full 9 for this one instead of the 3 that it was on before. So that's been tripled. And then I went in and beaconed them, so they're now up at plus 75% each. So it's gone from 100% to 550%. 525%. And I've done the same over here, although I don't think did I beacon? Yes, I did beacon these ones. So there's another 3 over here. So it's actually gone up to another 700% of what I had before. That's a crazy increase. And doesn't feel quite right. I didn't think it'd gone up by quite that much, but maybe it has. And so I've gone, because then I've gone from 1 arc furnace over here to 6, and then the associated machines to support those as well. And so that's a large increase in the number of wafers that are coming through, a doubling of the supply of the production of the processors over there, and so this is now looking pretty happy. And having just looked down now, I have noticed that there seems to be a shortage of glass. So if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'm going to start crying a little bit because I thought I was doing things were going quite well. Oh, and a shortage of the batteries as well. Oh, joy. I wonder if they're linked, because I'm pretty sure glass goes into making batteries. There's a bit of a shortage of components down here as well, but that might just be because we're using crappy belts. So let's do some upgrades on that, because that's an easy one. Except I can't tell where the belt goes to now because it's gone into the spaghetti. Oh, there it is. Wait, that's going the wrong way. Where are these coming from? Oh, I see. Down there somewhere. Right, yeah, okay. So I've upgraded the belt that brings them out of there to wherever it was I clicked on them. To here. So I now need to upgrade that one and also that, of course. And then, oh, there's another one there. And there. And there. And this appears to be the point where I actually just started using green belts everywhere. Okay, so I don't think there was actually there's actually a shortage there necessarily. It was just that there were belts that were incapable of providing at the rate required. So the no, I take it back. Production does seem to be a bit it does seem to be struggling a bit. Where are they even coming from? Oh, it's somewhere back here certainly. They're going in there. Coming on. Ah, here they go. Here's the production. So we do have a mostly full green belt coming out. I'm cautiously optimistic that once we've refilled the buffer up down there, this is actually going to be enough. And I am prevaricating and procrastinating because part of me doesn't really want to go and have a look at the glass problem because I'm feeling it's going to be a headache. How's this doing? Okay, we have a gap along here. Because there's quite a lot of them getting looped out somewhere along here and going into, I don't even know where, but probably this machine here. Yeah, they're getting through quite a lot. But this is coming through at a decent lick. Going in here. Yeah, I could believe that's... Yeah, there we go. Yes, they are starting to back up now. So we probably do have... Yeah, we have enough production. It's just there was quite a lot of buffer to fill up. There's not an enormous amount of quite a lot of production. There's not an enormous amount of excess and spare on the production, but there is at least some. And because of the enormous output buffers a lot of the machines in this, all the machines in this game have, you tend not to notice problems until they've been problems for quite a long time, and therefore got fairly severe. So yeah, right. So we've had a look at that. We've had a look at that one now and sorted that problem out. So glass is coming up out of here. There is a blue belt of it, but it's not very full. So what I think has happened is we've finally got to the point where I'm going to have to go off and probably set up a glass production facility around what's the name, a vein mine of mineral rock. So over here we've got a quantity. Yeah, you see over here we've got no rock coming out along here. So these machines are just straight up not making glass anymore, and that's happened because we've mined up so much of this mineral rock patch here that these mining drills can no longer reach it. So the short-term fix for this is to move this whole thing forwards like 6 squares or something so that it can get at this patch, but that's still going to use up this patch quite quickly. So we'll do that for now. So I'll come in here. Let's see if we can do a cut and paste here. So I want to select an area. I want it to be from there to... Oh, was that one stopped as well? Ah, crap. Okay. From there to there, to there, and if I do a copy in place, no, if I do a copy, maybe there isn't a cut and paste as such. Let's put you in here, nudge you that way a little bit to get you in the right place. There we go. Then nudge you this way a bit. Yeah, to there seems like a good distance. And then, yeah, sure, we can paste that in. And then I can get out the Cutamatron and take out everything from there to there. Oops, to there. Close enough. Not. Oh, and then I immediately run out of space in my inventory. Lovely. Let's do that again. This time I want to take out all of these. And that. There we go. And, okay, that has pasted in. That's good. It's floating in the air, which is less good, but we can fix that by putting in some foundation across here. And then by taking this belt and bringing it to... Oh, no building. Okay. I misread. Confirm paste. Boop. There we go. And then put this in across here. A little bit of... No. Across here. A little bit of wiggling never hurt anybody. That can go onto there. Remove that piece of belt. Right, there we go. So that's half fixed now. So now we're getting the stone out of here. That's great. But there's still the problem that we just straight up don't have enough. This is going to run out fairly soon. I'm also going to move this one across in exactly the same way. So we'll do a new... I said we'll do a new select area. And we'll get from... Sure, we'll get that bit over to here, like that. Up to here, like that. And I'm going to do a confirm copy, not in place, again, once again. And we'll put this one in here, I think. Is that in the right place? I can't really tell from up there. No, it's too high. So down one. Forward some. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, press it right up against the block there. Why not? And then confirm. It's not going to work because I don't have the bits. But I can get the bits by saying I would like to demolish everything from here to here to here. And then I can do a paste. Boop, there we go. And then I can put in a belt from here to here. Right, there we go. So that's fixed the problem in a very, very short term. So we've got that. That's now that the stone is flowing through there. Now we've got as much as we ever had before. Actually, these ones over here these ones are struggling because they're quite a long way away. So the bots have to fly so much further. Oh, just lost a block there. These ones again, also the bots having to fly a certain distance. But I think this is enough of a fix for now that things are going to work better than they did before. And we've got a decent amount of stone coming in along here. I could do some sort of mixomatron in here and get it all stirred around and make sure everything and have everything working, but I think that's probably going to be enough. That'll get the glass flowing a bit better. You're right, the energy cell output was struggling as well, but I think that's linked to the glass, because energy cell production requires glass, and so if the glass fails, the energy cell production is going to fail as well, and I think that's probably what happened. But I'm going to come over here and have a look anyway. So this is my energy cell production, and you'll notice that the glass is not making it to the top of the belt. So if we can have a bit more glass coming through here, then this should all kick back in. I don't think there's a problem here. I think the problem is that there is not enough glass coming in, and now having made that tweak, hopefully once this flows through a little bit and we start to get the output from the extra input I put in, we should get more flowing through here. It will hopefully significantly improve the throughput of the glass, and therefore the output of the energy cells. I think that's going to probably be enough. We shall see. Blast furnaces. Yes, I have been using blast furnaces. So that was a bit of that threw me off a little bit. Okay, that's interesting. So I felt, Bob, that the drone miner should be a tier 2 mining system. So I feel like tier 1, you should start off with something that's basically a miniature version of the vein miner. So this sort of thing, which you put up against the side of an ore patch, and it will go out maybe 2, maybe even 3 squares in front of it. So it'll just chug directly forwards and take out a little block directly in front of it. Then you should do a load of researches, and you should start making the actual mining drones themselves from, presumably those sort of things. That's probably fine, although they need hover engines, really, don't they? How complicated are hover engines? Hover engines are okay. So then once you've got to the point of being able to make hover engines and starting to make the mining drones, then you should be able to start making the drone miners, which will use the mining drones, whether they actually use them as an ingredient or whether it's just that you've researched it and so you hand wave it or something. But I think it'd be quite nice if you actually had to put drone miners into those things. And then you can go on to, then you then go off and put in the then you can go in and put drone miners in, and they have a much bigger coverage area. So and maybe they'd then work really, really quickly comparatively, or much, much faster than they do at the moment, to make them a proper decent upgrade. And so they can then fly out, and they can have a much bigger coverage area of a mine, a bit like upgrading from electric mining drills to the large mining drills in Factorio. Maybe with or without the increased productivity. That's a sort of a separate train of thought. And then after that, you could then get on to going off to do the vein mining with the actual vein miners and so on, and keep that exactly the same. But I feel like you should start off with just a miniature drill that is a thing that goes out and chews away at the side of the rock, and you unlock drones that fly around a bit later on as an upgrade and an improvement. I think that'd be quite nice. The random and degrading output rate I think is quite interesting, because as you see, we saw here, well, actually it degraded because I just straight up ran out. So that's for some of the miners, so it's a little bit different. But it was presumably degrading gradually over time, and I'm sure I've seen that in the past from various other bits. And the other two, the ones I didn't upgrade, they were running much slower than they had been originally when I first started using them. So I do like I sort of like the idea. But I also think it should be moved a little bit further on, because I really like the idea of the robots you build being actually useful. And I know we've got a bit of that with the with the workstations. Sure, okay. I don't have any problem with that. It's different. Why not? Yeah, sure. Let's use the robots for that. But I think it'd be a lot more interesting if you use them a little bit more directly. So whether that means you use the transport bots for moving things around in your factory, I'm not sure how I feel about that, because I do really, really like conveyor belts and then having logistics drones and things flying stuff around. I don't like it so much in Factorio, so I feel like I sort of object to it here as well, but trying to come up with uses for at least some of them would be quite nice. Like having light bots that maybe follow you around and illuminate an area, or you can tell them to sit in a certain place and they're basically lampposts, for example. That'd be quite nice. Screen bots could be used to display what's being made in a machine, maybe. Science assistant drones could work with your research server. They do work with your research servers. Okay, so that's a really that one works very nicely. That makes sense. And so on and so on. There's a lot of them that perhaps don't really make sense and would just be for selling. But if we could have a few of them just being used around the factory, I think that'd be really quite nice and a nice sort of... It would feel like an actual reason to be making these robots other than just for selling them, and I think that'd be good. And also, if you could then use them for if they then unlocked extra things, like as I was saying with the using the mining drones for an upgraded mining system, I think that'd be quite cool. It may be a bit too late in the development process for these sort of things to be added. I accept that. It'd be a bit too much of an upheaval and a change of the game, but they're sort of ideas that I've had and I feel would make the game a little bit nicer. Where am I making my bell? So it's over here. So yeah, the vague ponderings of my mind as I'm thinking through how things have been done and what I feel would make some nice improvements. There we go, that's some more junk dumped. There we go, there's a bit more space in my inventory now. So, what were we talking about? Oh yes, so the next major thing I'm going to need to do is going to be going off to get the stone dug up from an infinite supply. And that I think I decided this mineral rock vein over here, is the nearest and best one for me to go to. So I think that's going to be next week's big project. Is going to be digging a massive tunnel out there, and then I think mineral rock is basically no. I was going to say it's basically just used for ore, for glass, but that's not true. It's also used in the blast furnaces, and I think it's used for concrete as well. So there are a few other places that use it, but initially I suspect I've just set up a glass production facility over here, and get that churning out massive quantities of glass. Blue belt of it, down a belt, 2 blue belts of it probably, down a tunnel. Up the usual tunnel along with everything else, which I might need to make a bit bigger because this tunnel is getting kind of full, and then pop it out over here somewhere and feed it in over here and get it used by all the rest of the factory. Yeah, all right, I'll write it down. So glass from vein mine. That's going to be quite a big project, mostly just because of building the tunnel to get the stuff there and back. Because it's a long way out. Because all of the ore veins are a long way out. Let's see if we can find another stone one, in case there's one I've missed just through sort of. There's one over there, but I feel like that's just as far away. It's an entire map width from my main factory, and that one's slightly less. They're both very long way away. There's one up there, but that's even in an even more awkward area that I haven't even explored yet, so I don't think I want to go to that one. There's one up here. Again, ridiculous distance away. Now, there is a tunnel here already, actually. Maybe I should go to that one, because there's this tunnel from when I was going out looking for... that's xenocrystals or possibly xenoscrap. I think that's crystals. But that means there's already a tunnel dug there. So bashing out this one, bringing the glass back this way, might be a bit easier. So maybe that's the one I should go out after. Let's note that one down as being relatively close to a tunnel. So that's north-northeast. North-northeast. So that'll remind me where it is. Okay, so I think that's going to be something worth going after, because the patch that you saw me playing. The patch you saw me playing with just over here is not going to last all that long. There's not very much of it. Hang on, it's not over here. Is not going to last all that long because there's not very much of it left. It's going to, disintegrate fairly soon and just be all used up. There it is. Massive hole in the ground because somebody keeps going on about me asking me to do opencast mining, and I apparently listen to them in this case. But it's going quite well now. Maybe I should put in a little bit of additional passing over to the other ones. And it'd be fairly easy to do here. I could just knock out a piece there and there, and then put in a splatter like that. And if I prioritise that to go to that side, then I can put in another one here, like that, and then I guess another one here, like that. There we go. So now we're going to be using all of the input that comes through. I think these belts should all run solidly. This one is not. Maybe I need to do some blue belts in here actually, because just to get that extra little bit of throughput. So we'll upgrade that and that and that, and then yeah, there we go. So now we're pulling these. We're still not pulling that one through at quite full rate. Interesting. Whatever. We're using up a bit more of the stone anyway. So that, as I say, that patch is not going to last for very long. We've maybe used half. I don't know. It's hard to judge how much of it has been used. But yeah, it's not going to last forever. We're gonna need to get some more of that from elsewhere. Oh yeah, new fracking tower on Telexite. Yeah, that's true. Frack new Telexite. It's not vital because it will last for quite a long time without the fracking tower, I think. But yes, it does need to be fracked. That's very true. I could use the drone pads. It's, I don't know. It feels wrong to do. It feels wrong doing sort of infrastructure with aircraft, and so I've been trying not to. I have the exception to that is I've got plastic being taken from here to green circuit production, and then green circuit production being taken from there to the main factory by aircraft. But I still feel like I don't really want it to be done like that, and I'm very, very tempted to replace it with a belt. I just haven't got round to it yet. So yes, I could use the aircraft, but also I don't really want to, so I haven't. But yeah, it certainly is a thing I could do. Oh look, the energy cells have caught up. Sweet. So yeah, it was just a glass problem, and now we're still pumping in quite a lot of glass over here, but the energy cell production's caught up, so we're refilling the buffers. That's nice. There's still some gaps on the glass production down here, so we haven't caught up on glass. The glass belt going down to robot production, however, is now going bumpy, so that's nice and full. I like that. Yeah, so I don't really want to use the drones. I could, but I don't really want to. It'd also mean I'd have to split off the power networks as well. So yeah. Right, so it is about 1:45 now. I think that means it's probably about time to finish the stream. So, is there anything? I noticed we've had a couple of new people in today. So, is there any parts of the base that you'd like me to do a quick? Anything you'd like me to do a quick sort of show and tell and talk about before I wind up? Or should I just start looking for go off and look for somebody to raid instead? Because yeah, things have gone. I'd say things have gone quite well today. That mountain looks ridiculous. That looks like a loading problem from this angle. It's not. That's just a huge area that I've mined out. But it looks like it's not loaded properly, or there's been some sort of rendering or map generation issue. It's not a generation issue. This is just that I have excavated the entire area. But it looks like it. This is absolutely all done on planet. I felt that we accept the thermalite. The thermalite is being brought down from space because that's the only place you can get it from. But absolutely everything else is being brought from is being dug up and produced on the planet. It was a sort of a self-imposed challenge that I started doing and then decided, yes, I like this idea. I'm going to carry on doing it. Was it these light bots or the screen? Yeah, it was the light bots that we had a shortage of. Let's go and check on those while I think of it. If I can find the darn things. Is it you? No, we've gone too far. We're into the snacks and the cleaners at this point. Mining, gardening, light bot. No, those aren't light bots. Those are construction bots. Those are screen bots. Those are vacuum bots. Jeez, that's construction material. Yeah, light bot. Okay, we have plenty of light bots now. Maybe there was a problem previously, and that's now sorted. Let's have a quick check in with the space station. How are we doing? Finances. Boink. Right, so screen bots are struggling now, and snack bots and screen bots have been struggling recently. Now that might also be a glass thing. There's a lot of struggling going on. I'm hoping that this is due to the glass problems we're having and therefore the energy cell problems, and that everything is going to now recover. So having just fixed a major problem, I'm going to let it run for a day or two and then come back and see it. If you're streaming on Twitch, Robber, then yeah, I'll come and raid you afterwards and we can have a quick look around it, although I'll probably want to go to bed fairly soon. How am I doing on spending debt on what was it? No, the external storage fees for my Thermalite. Good, that's still at 0. I was previously spending I was spending a significant quantity of my daily profit on just storing all of my money, which was horrendous. But now I've sorted that out. I'm no longer spending money to keep money, so that's much better. Debts are gone. Competitors. Ooh, have I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th from the bottom now. I can't remember. Yeah, I think that probably is an increase because I think I was probably behind because I'm quite close to Quantum Nexus. Actually, fairly close to Dusk Meridian as well. So I might have overtaken them in the last couple of streams. I'm not sure. I'm still earning a lot less per week than absolutely everyone, which is a little bit depressing. But never mind. It's a bit of a silly measure anyway. Right, so that's doing well. The R&D area, we can have a quick look in here. Okay, there's a bit of upgrading to do over here, so let's do that. Sure, and a couple on there, and 8 levels here. Wow. This must be one I've only just started making because they've. Yeah, there we go. So that one, do that one first. Then I think that one. I reckon that one next. It's being more valuable. God. Lots of upgrading. It shows what happens when you don't actually pay any attention to the space station for a few streams, doesn't it? There's an enormous amount of upgrades available to buy. Snacks. Screens? Less than snacks. That's maxed. Increase that one. Maintenance drones. Operator bots. Increase the weight. Improve the weight first because that's the most effective. Mining drones. Sure. Mining robots. Whatever. Agriculture bots. La 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 la. Oh yeah, the hydro farming one. I've started making those apparently. I didn't think I thought I'd only got one of the hydro bots, but apparently not. Apparently I've got 2 of them. And then the last couple in there, and a couple on there. Right, I think that's basically everything I want to do in the space station. Hey, if I make another 30 million, I'll need to make the vault bigger. Let's make the vault bigger anyway, just because I don't want to run out, because that's embarrassing. Q. There we go. 5 more will do. Yeah, doing it all on planet is much more satisfying, I think, because otherwise you just it doesn't feel right, and this is probably because I'm a Factorio player rather than a interstellar trading game player. But if you can, what's the point in buying? What's the point in just bringing all the resources in from space and doing it the easy way? It's much more fun to build up the entire system on your own planet and dig up all of your iron to turn it into to then blast furnace it into iron and then into a bit into steel as well. And then the same sort of thing down here with copper and making the circuits and digging up coal for absolutely everything and oil. The annoying one is oil. I'm having to go all over the oil patches keep running out and I have to keep expanding those and going out to new ones. Everything else I've more or less switched over to vein mining. Exactly, yeah, better profit margin as well, much better. So yeah, we can pick up all that stuff and then you just get a nice, well, if I was playing this again from scratch, my factory would not be anything like this. It would be a lot more spread out and a lot more organised and yeah, a lot different. And so next time I play, it'll be built very, very differently. But for me, it works. Right, okay, I think this is probably a good point to end the stream. I started waffling a bit. I've got a couple of big things. Well, I've got a big thing and a small thing for my to-do list for next time. So drop in the fracking tower on the other telexite mine. That's being made fast enough now. I've sorted out that bottleneck. In fact, I think I've sorted out all of the bottlenecks now. It's just that I know that the stone is going to run out in the not too distant future, and so it's probably about time to go out and get that set up. Maybe I'll dig the tunnel between streams if I have time and if I remember. Just because tunnel boring is well, boring, and then I can do the rest of it, putting in the mining drills and belts and things in the next one. Right, so that will be next time. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, please stick around because we'll go off and find somebody to raid. If you're watching on YouTube, then please make sure you're subscribed to the channel. In fact, if you're on Twitch, please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel as well, because there'll be videos coming out tomorrow and Friday, and they're all about the Factorio Planetary Pioneers run I'm doing at the moment with 4 of my friends. And we're talking about, I think we're probably talking about Foliax or maybe other things. It depends whether you're a supporter or not, because you see, supporters get access to videos a week early. But you'll see them eventually anyway. So yeah, lots of stuff going on around the solar system at the moment. And we'll be back to play some more of that on Monday at 7:30 PM UK time as well, so keep an eye out for that one as well. Right, I think that's about pretty much everything I have for you tonight, so thank you very much for watching. Yeah, buying all you might from space feels a little bit like cheating. However, if I get absolutely fed up with continuously building new Ollumite patches, I might just go with that and call it not cheating because they haven't given me an infinite source of it. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. Right, so yes, good night regular, good night everyone else, and we'll see you next time. So let's go off and find somebody to raid. And the first question is there actually anybody else playing Foundry at the moment? That's the wrong button. Click the raid button, Laurence, that would help, wouldn't it? Right, so filter, let's see if there's anyone playing Foundry, because if there is, I feel like it makes sense to go in and raid somebody else playing the same game. And no, there is nobody playing Foundry. Okay, so we'll clear that one out and see if there's anyone I'm following who looks like they're playing something interesting. I don't see any suitably Factorio-esque games. That's a bit of a shame. So let's clear that one as well. It's difficult finding someone to go off and see. Oh, Timberborn. I've heard a lot about that, so I'm sort of kind of curious about it. Let's go and find out what's going on in Timberborn in this person's stream. No, let's not. It's in a foreign language. I take it back. How about this Factorio stream? Yeah, this one will do. Apparently he's playing with some friends. And he seems to be on Gleeber, and that's always entertaining. Right, let's go off and see what's going on there. So, good night, Board Easy. Good night, Regular. Good night, everyone else. Thank you very much for watching. And we'll, I've clicked the wrong button. That's supposed to be an end screen, not a start screen. That would help, wouldn't it? There we go. Much more. There we go. Professional streamer. Right, let's drop in and raid. See you all next time. Bye-bye. Why am I not getting any sound through?